Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. In just a second and we'll get started here. If I can get it open. Should be going here. Get the chat going. Good morning. Yep, that's right. Some wild shirts. Open exposure profit target reached. Love it. Love hearing that. Funny. Man, I might actually hear that in a few minutes. Talk about that. Honestly, could probably, man, $2 away from target. I'm going to probably let it go a little bit, actually. The bot's doing pretty well right now. Probably let it go, but could be taking target right now. Not it. Hold on. My monitor. There we go. Yeah, it could take the 0.1%. And good morning, guys, by the way. Alrighty. Yes, we'll take a look at everything in a minute. Give everybody a second. Good morning. See, that's another thing I'm watching here. Man, it's close. Pound Aussie puts in one more little low there. Yeah, good morning, guys. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Get the bot off the screen here. But it's starting to go. Make sure my let me get the risk manager up. Should be good. Be on. Roller on. Ready to do this today. Might plug this in. On the wrong port number. Hold on. I'm gonna trade the other account anyway. Probably do that instead. Hold on a second. It's connected to the other account, which is fine. What we'll do. There we go. All right. Trade this one instead. But yeah, the bot's running on the other. I'm going to let that go. Not it either. Windows are all wompy jog here. A weird saying. Buddy's grandma used to say that. Wompy jog. Oh, God. All right. So, try this again. All right. Okay. See if we got connection here. Good morning, everyone. Hold on one second. Getting situated. I've already been doing stuff on the other side, but we've got a couple trades on. and watching. 1 second. Come on, dollar. Let's go dollar for the win. Yeah, gold is on one for sure. Actually, we're going to talk about that actually. Aussie Kiwi, yeah, man. There's a bunch of stuff, Aussie stuff that's extremely high. Gold is bonkers right now. We're gonna talk about that. See a very interesting piece of information. Make sure we're good here. Connection, yes, okay. Alrighty. I'm just kind of getting this fired up for the day. I'm still in a couple things. I haven't hit target yet. Let me get where I can see the other bot. Yeah, waiting on gold. On the macro, gold is very high. We'll actually flip through and look at some charts real quick. I just want to look and see something real quick. Euro, dollar. Yeah, I'm already in Aussie dollar. Just want to look real quick and see. I want to make sure I'm in something. The euro is weak, is part of what's going on. Yeah, just been busy the last couple of days. Haven't made it on YouTube, but it's all right. Trying it again today. Euro Aussie, going to be looking for the low of the day on that. We're going to talk about that too. Euro dollar. Okay, so I am in it at least. All right, got a good short on that. Yeah, so nothing to do with that. I just wanted to make sure I had that.
Pound Aussie. Entering position. Log.
All right. Bot's doing some stuff. Pound Aussie long. That makes sense. Candlestick pattern. It's trading the happened there. It's trading the candlestick pattern there. There's a morning star. So I'm trying to think of the name of it. Hold on, my computer, my controller's dead. Try this again. I connected Bluetooth, but it's dead. Come on, bro. Tripping. Do this in a minute. Yeah, it did not like that. Here. It's like gold's trying to come back up. Give that for a minute. Let's look at some charts. It's really what we need to do. But yeah, Pound Aussie. One thing I want to be looking at. Definitely interested in that. Watching it. Had a really crazy trade on that yesterday. And kind of wish I would have stayed in it, but had a really good trade on that. Big one. I sent like 1.5 lots for about 72 pips. And that was a killer yesterday. Did like have, like more than 0.5%. That was a good one. I had taken some stops actually. I took a couple stops and then finally caught it and made up for it. So I ended up having a really good day. Had a couple good days. Had 1-0 day this week where it was just like positioned and just waiting and nothing happened, and ended up doing all right. Ended up, so up like 0.5%. I've been on this account less than a week, just the YouTube account that we were just going to mess with. I'm going to do a challenge. It's a challenge account. It's a 100K challenge, but it's up 0.5%, a little more. In the green today, doing good. Waiting to figure out what to do with it. Waiting for gold to come down. It's just got a bunch of crap on. Bots and a whole bunch of stuff is what it is. Different strategies. Trading supply and demand. I'm trading a combination strategy of 4 different strategies actually. And then I'm testing this new thing here that's interesting. The linear weighted average of a standard deviation of the statistical range. It's a very weird calculation. It's a linear weighted moving average of a range and not of price. It's hard to explain. And there's clearly something here. We've got testing a new strategy this week. I don't know if we talked about this on YouTube yet. I don't know if it hasn't been unveiled yet, but added a strategy to the bot and testing it. And it's doing pretty good on gold today. And it's kind of merged with supply and demand here. Got some really good shorts on the top, supply and demand on gold, and I'm going to wait for it to pull back a little bit. It's not the kind of thing I would do manually, but for the bot, it's good. It's a good way to identify when something is high or low statistically within its running range. And we're going to test it and see. Getting really good results in testing, but we're going to run it on an actual account. It's the only way to do it, right? So that's where that is. It's the only thing that's changed. Other than that, had some really good manual trades yesterday. Last couple days, we've actually done very well. It's done really good at getting it right. And there's so many times I wish I would have stayed in it. What? Out of here, clown. Nobody cares about that. Took too much risk. You definitely took too much risk, goat. Dear goat. Lol. Yeah, go watch him and blow up his account. Fine. We do real trading here. Funny how advertisers start coming in. So I gotta pay attention to this. YouTube's this. That's why I don't mess with YouTube anymore. It's too much BS to mess with. Back to the charts. I bet you don't have what I have though. Lol. Over here. Get the risk manager out of the way. Yeah, so we'll go through a couple charts real quick, take a look and see what's going on. So dollar, and this looks better here. This is what we were looking at on the other side here this morning. Dollar bounce. Come on, dollar. Looking for higher prices on the dollar. We'll just start with buttcorn here first, but the dollar is the thing that you want to probably be paying attention to here. We're going to be all over the place. So Bitcoin obviously popped a high. We're waiting for it to go a little bit higher, somewhere up in those 24s before I start selling it again. I had a short on Bitcoin and I closed it, and I'm glad I closed it because now it's up. And I'm just going to wait for it to break the high again and run up into a little bit higher. I think it needs to run up into that 24-ish. Good game, Bitcoin. Good game. I'm glad it's up. I know a lot of people are waiting for it to go higher. So good game. Dollar index. Basically, yeah, looking for this to move higher probably. I mean, the dollar is down. There's no reason to be short here where it is. I could see this moving higher within its range. There's just no reason to be short dollar. So up we go. And we're long dollar basically. Short some things against the dollar just to see what's going to happen here. If we get the move, then we'll add to it. Aussie dollar, obviously, these Aussie pairs are extremely high. They're very, very, very high. Do you want to be long here or do you want to be short here? Look at that right there. What would you rather do? And everybody can make their own decision there. So, you know, that's a thing. We'll see what happens. Come on, dollar. Maybe we'll go and set up our charts too on this one. We've already done it on the other side, but same thing. I mean, euro dollar, look at where it is. Do you want to be long on the highest high going back to, you know, in some cases on the Aussie, we're talking about April and May of 2021 were the highest prices in almost 2 years on some of these things. You know, that should perk your radar up. You should immediately notice that. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. So yeah. 1 second. Let me Bro's got 2 subscribers. That's hilarious. What a clown. He's using MacD. Got 2 subscribers. Coming in here being a clown. Lol. Oh, that's lol. Literally 2 subscribers and he's got MacD on his chart. Didn't think so. So anyway, that's funny. Back to what we're doing. Euro dollar. Probably coming down. I mean, at this point, I would rather be short than long, given where the dollar is. You know, it's extremely high, and we're getting some signs of a potential, you know, roll over back to the downside. Now it hasn't started yet. We're kind of waiting on the dollar. Really quiet market so far, actually. It's been pretty quiet today. Just moving through. Just wait. I mean, we know what we're looking for there on the dollar. I think made that pretty clear. There's not really much else going on, really, to be honest. So I figured we'd come on YouTube a little bit and mess around while we wait for some trades. So euro pound. I mean, it's in a range. It's definitely in a range. We're pretty much in the density here. It's probably not a good place to trade from. Take a look. We'll take a look at that. Yeah, dollar. Yeah, dollar Swiss is a maybe. That was another one of those. Sorry, guys. On the range tool, that kind of made sense. Yeah, I tend to agree there. But, man, did I really just do that? Broke my window. Hold on. Wrecked. All right. We're back. Never mind. Yeah. So you know, there's too much density here. It's not a good place to trade from. It's right in the middle. Skip it. Euro yen. Another, you know, this could potentially be interesting. The yen was weak, so that's possible that, you know, this runs up a little bit. The euro was also weak today. So the euro is not probably the best choice. Really probably want to be paying attention to this right now, right here. What happens here is going to be interesting today, probably. This is looking like, oh, cha-ching. What was that? Pause. Bot took something. Gold. No, Aussie dollar. It took profit on Aussie dollar. Whatever that was. Good game. All right, some bots knocking out dollars. That's always a good sign. Sweet. All right, so yeah, euro yen's kind of not really much right now. The euro itself has been weak. Let me look at something real quick. Yeah, the euro's kind of weak. I wouldn't probably be going long. It's funny because the yen is weaker in relative to the euro. You know, I could see this going up, but I'm not going to enter this. This is one where maybe just leave it alone. We're right in the middle of a range. You know, if you look at it this way, you know, just assume that we're in a range here. We're right in the middle of it. It's not really a good place to trade from. So there's no disproportionate risk versus reward. It's the way I describe it, where you have a greater reward than your potential risk. You always want to put yourself in a position as traders where you have a greater reward than your potential risk, right? That's the whole point of RR, is to have a disproportionate risk versus reward. You want more reward relative to your risk. And if you're trading from the middle of a range, you have an equal opportunity to get stopped out on both sides equally. So, you know, stay out of the middle. Don't diddle in the middle. Lol. Euro Kiwi. This actually looks good. Euro Kiwi looks good. Are we within our range? So much traffic above us, though. Holy cow. A lot of traffic. Yikes. Riggedy. Riggedy wrecked. Yeah, I mean, I could see this going higher, though. It's not necessarily a long right now, but I think it may be later. And it could be due to the Kiwi pulling back. So here's something. Euro Aussie. Going to be watching this one today. There's a specific level I'm waiting for. And to try to be patient and wait for that. Even though it's very tempting where it is right now. Super tempting, but I'm going to wait for this. I'm going to wait for it to just a little bit lower. If it will give it to me, and I'm not sure that that's even going to happen. It's very tempting to take this now. And one of those things where you could probably try it. Take a shot at it on a pullback here. And if it runs down any lower, you're going to try it at these next two levels down. There's 3 places I'm willing to make a decision on this, and we're at one of them right now. And, you know, it's one of those things where you can try it a couple times and you might end up with an absolute behemoth of a trade. Monstrosity. And same thing with pound Aussie. But we'll get to that. Pound dollar. Oh, here are the dogs coming, of course. Pound dollar. Again, if you look at where this is, we're very high. It's extremely high. Kind of at the top of a range. You know, take the crap off the chart for a minute. You know, we're kind of at the top of this consolidation here. Would you rather be long or short? You know, that's for everybody to decide. You know, what happens every time we get up here? What happens? Can you figure it out? Can you crack the code? So, watching this one, obviously. And it's going to be the dollar probably that's going to push this. We're watching the dollar for sure, wherever that is. Back and see where it is. Yeah, so we're looking for a potentially stronger dollar. So relative to the pound, this in theory should be weaker. I don't know what that is. Something from earlier in the week. You know, so, and it again depends on your time frame, but we're talking about structurally where we are. Yeah, it depends on, you know, if you're looking at, you know, what time frame you're looking at. We're just talking about where we are and what maybe we're looking for here as the day starts to progress. You know, like if this popped up here today, it's probably going to set up some very, very, very good short entries. And again, it's relative to the dollar, and that's the thing, relative volatility. If we have a stronger dollar, pound dollar is going to have a hard time going up. The pound is going to have to be significantly stronger than the dollar, and it's already at the top of a range for this to go up. and the dollar is showing already some signs of being strong, and it's much lower. And there's a much higher likelihood that this goes up a little bit. So that's kind of the point there. And it's relative to the dollar, and other pound pairs may, see something else. We're already short pound dollar. So that's, whatever. It's not a lot of profit. It's 12 pips in profit. Got it a little bit higher on that last hour. I already know what I'm looking for here personally. We'll see how that plays out as the day goes on. But yeah, I'm already short. And there's no reason for me to change my bias yet until I see something different out of the dollar. And everybody left. So maybe we won't do YouTube today. Pound yen. What's going on? Well, clearly we've got that to deal with. So we're in the middle of a range on pound yen. Again, we're much closer to the top than to the bottom, much closer to the sellers. Skip that. Pound CAD. Maybe we need to just get to the good stuff. Come on, money. Yeah, everything's still good. Pound CAD, very high. It's rolling over. It's a lower high. It's not a good entry short, but we'll probably be looking to scale into that one next. It should have come on here yesterday. It's killing it yet. Killed it yesterday. Just too busy. Had too much stuff going on the other side. Getting programming done too. Had the trade copier running. Actually testing that already. Need to finish doing that today. A web-based trade copier provided to the group. It's part of the risk manager. You can control any number of MetaTraders anywhere over the internet. Pretty sweet. Pound Swiss. Watching this one. Watching this over the next couple hours. I would be willing to sell the high of the day. We're closer to the top of the range than to the bottom, and we've stepped down already in the cycle, so I would be looking to sell the high of the day on this. We'll come back to that. There's going to be some good trades today. There's very, very likely going to be some really good setups that happen probably today, and everybody's going to miss it. Pound Aussie. Waiting on something a little lower here. This is going to be good. Hold on a second. Come on, euro dollar. Got some good possibilities on here today. It's going to go. It's going to go. We're getting a confirmation here. This looking much better. If we can continue to close way down on the bottom of this range here, that's exactly what we want to see. Perfect rejection off the low of the opening range. Pound Aussie. Back to YouTube. Want to see this go a little bit lower, and probably going to be long on it. We're way down. We had this short up here last Thursday, and it did almost 700 pips. It was like 600 something pips, actually 600 pips. Pound Kiwi was the other one that did some crazy numbers. And then we caught it, the long entry yesterday. Oh, cha-ching, bot's making money. The long entry yesterday was at the bottom in this wick down there. I had like 1.5 lots on it and caught the bottom, and this thing went bonkers. I closed it early though and just took the money because I'd taken a couple $100 in stops the previous day, and this ran up, and I ended up with it was a net gain of I think like 671, which was great. And I could have held it for more, but I know there's going to be another chance to get in it, and that's one thing we're waiting for. I know there's going to be another shot on this, but I ended up having an awesome trade on this yesterday. Epic. And we caught the other stuff too. The Aussie dollar down, Aussie yen, Aussie Swiss, Euro Aussie. We caught the whole Aussie move, the whole thing. And really, really good trading day yesterday. After a whack trading day the day before where nothing happened, and took some stops. Nothing crazy, but we had some really good trades yesterday. And we're going to catch it again on the way back. It's coming. There's some good stuff coming. And here we go. Euro dollar, pound dollar. Down we go. Aussie dollar. Down we go. Gonna be a monster. Getting a confirmation on euro dollar here. Monstrosity. Let's go. Second. Dollar's holding the top of the range. Looks good. Why we do what we do. Pound CAD, pound Swiss, we talked about. Pound Aussie, very interested in pound Aussie, but only at a level lower. Pound Kiwi, same kind of thing. Good game yesterday. Caught that off the bottom. This actually sucked. God, this was terrible the other day. At the end of the day, it had the absolute bottom down here long, and it ran up and then spiked out on the Kiwi rates and then ran. I was like, man, come on, bro. Spiked me out and then left. I had my stop at break even. It was in profit. I had a really good entry, perfect entry. It was up. I had a quarter lot on it, and it blink took me out and immediately went back up. But we got back in it. So that sucked at the time, and then eventually got back in it the next day, which was good. So S&P. Here's one of the other things. Equities market. Waiting for the high of the day today. There's going to be a crazy short on this coming. Like, this is going to be, next week is probably not going to be a good week for stock market. Speaking of which, there's a very mysterious anomaly in the New York Stock Exchange this week, and it's been quietly kind of swept under the rug. I don't know if anybody saw that in the news, but very interesting. The New York Stock Exchange, there were like more than 90 blue chip stocks like McDonald's and Walmart. They were halted on the open. They moved more than 25% to the downside, and they're saying it was a glitch. It was a technical glitch. So that's not supposed to happen. I don't believe that, actually, that it was a glitch because of the fault tolerance in the systems. There's no way. So yeah, this New York Stock Exchange had a weird thing happen the other day. On the open, the volatility halt got hit, and there were like more than 90 stock, like big stocks, like Walmart and McDonald's and those kinds of things. All the big boys got halted. Wells Fargo was down like 25% in the first 15 seconds. 25%. And then it came all the way back. It was just weird. If you look at the charts, there was some weird thing that happened that wasn't supposed to happen. They're saying it was a glitch. And a lot of people lost a lot of money. And they're saying that if you lost money in it, you can file some report for something and try to get your money back. Like, weird situation there. So I still don't know whatever happened with that. But U.S. equities were high. We're way up on a higher high. This isn't rocket science. So we're going to wait for that. We're going to wait for the right entry. And when that happens today, that's going to be a thing. Dow, same thing. We're waiting for the right entry. Skip it for now. CAD yen, this made sense that this was going to go up because of the yen weakness. Watching that pound Aussie. Something. One push down, and I'm going to be in that. Hope I didn't miss it. Dollar CAD, whatever. The Canadian dollar is a little bit stronger than the US dollar. 1 second, let me look. Yeah, the Canadian dollar is very strong. The US dollar is likely to get strong too, so we're not going to be doing anything with this right now. Not a good idea. Relative volatility wise, traveling the same direction, it's not a good idea to trade it. Huge hint there. Oil. Makes sense that it was a long. Nothing, no trade right now. It's too close to the top of a potential range. And it's just not a good entry. It's not a good idea. You know, what if it goes another iteration inside of this range and it just rejects here and comes back down into consolidation? Like, that could happen. So you don't want to be long from the top of a range. And that's, you know, whether or not it goes up doesn't matter. Is it a good risk of capital? The idea is not really. I would look to see. Yeah, definitely not. Okay. Yeah, I would wait for it to pull back a little bit. But if it pulls back, maybe. If it'll pull back a little bit and get back into this density here of this move, where the majority of the density was, if it would pull back into that a little bit, I would probably take it long. But it's not really great right now. On oil, we'll skip that. Silver and gold. Gold is really the elephant in the room, but silver, we had a really crazy trade on this week. We caught the low way down here and took it 3%. Hedged it at 3%. A 3% move out of silver. That was a really good run. Oh, there goes the dogs barking at something. But yeah, we caught the bottom on that. It's crazy. I kind of wish I would have held it, but because I had a decent size on it. It was a good trade. That was a good one. But right now, just not really much right now. We're in a very tight consolidation short term. It's not really the greatest thing. We're getting our confirmation on euro dollar right now. We're good. Got him. Like Welvin de Great. Got him. Got him. Aussie dollar. Pound dollar. Got him. Here we go. Got him. Yep. Come on, dollar. Let's go. Pound dollar's running about 20 something pips in the green. Hasn't even started yet. This hasn't even started yet. Euro dollar's the one though. I don't have it marked on here, but we're way up, right up in here short. Aussie dollar. Just trying to throw YouTube a bone here. This is another one that's got a lot to lose here. You're talking about a 100 to 150 pip trade. I don't know where you're going to get one of those anywhere else today. So gold. Come on, gold. 1 second. Let me look at this real quick. Almost a target, not there. Better on the bot. Still in the green. It could have taken the 0.1% earlier. Hold on. Yeah, gold, man. It's captured $146 in equity in gold. Bot's doing well on that. Started this last night. I ran another basket on it. It's in the green and it's closed out a little bit, not a lot. It's closed out like $30. But something better than nothing. Again, running it a little more aggressive, but it's meant to be like low risk. If you run it low risk, it is. And that's the question. Are you running at low risk? It's like a hammer. You can build a school with it or you can bash someone's face in with it. Like, how are you going to use it? How are you going to use the tool? So yeah, good there. Let's see. The other strategies are testing something on that one. It ended up doing pretty well. Everything else is pretty good. Yeah, it's running supply and demand and a channels type of strategy with some interesting money management in it. And I'm going to see how that plays out. I want to let it play out. But if gold comes down If gold does end up making it all the way down into that demand level, it's going to knock out a whole bunch of profit. It'll close all those shorts. It's very heavily short from the top, from that supply level up there. And when it makes it back down to that one, it'll flip it. It'll close all the shorts except some of the good ones. It'll hold some open and then take some profit and flip it back long the other way. So this could be really interesting today. Probably may or may not take the target. Normally I would take 0.1%, which would be about $100. I'm going to let this one go though, because it's got some really good positions on it. And if gold does come down, which it's going to, whether or not it's today is the question. But when that happens, it could probably do a lot more than the $100. And we're going to look at this real quick. Look at your monthly chart on gold. I don't mess with monthly charts. You guys know me about that, what I feel about monthly charts. But look at where we are. You want to be long gold right now? Look at the weekly chart. Way at the top of a range. We're in that zone now. Daily chart. We're just bonkers high. These are daily candles. Like it's way, way, way up. Struggling up here. Struggling on the top. After being up, 3 days in a row struggling. We're short gold. Then going down into a couple time frames. This is like a long-term opportunity on gold. There's like a paradigm shift in the market happening right now. It's just happening slowly. And probably want to pay attention to it. So yeah, anyway, gold, there's only one direction to trade this in, and we're short on the higher high. Short up here. Nothing really to do on it. Wait. Second. Yeah, we're just rejecting. It's the same thing as we're rejecting the low of the opening range. It's got farther to go. Statistically, it does. So we'll keep with that bias for now. There's no reason to be long here. Whatever happens, it doesn't matter. It's just there's no reason to be long here. I'm not going to enter it though. It's already got it higher. Somewhere. I think. Yeah. Yeah, my live account. Look at the entry on gold. Small, but it doesn't matter. Look at the entry. One shot, one kill. Looking for much, much lower. Good game. That one trade will easily hit target. If we go even just a little bit lower. Crap on the screen, but killed that. So we're going to let that come on down. Looking good. Again, just trying to hit 0.1% at a time. Move the chains. Not trying to blow this account up. So low risk. The low risk account. Making gains, doing good. So anyway, we're just talking about gold there for a second. And this is what we were doing earlier. So let's get that. Other than that, the bot's trading it. So we got the highest high. Couldn't possibly get any higher than that. So I ended up good. We'll skip that. We don't need to mark this though, but we're consolidating. It's probably going to go a little bit lower. It's not a good entry though. But come back to that. Come back to gold. Hey, good afternoon. Good morning. Good morning from Florida. Good afternoon. All right. Dollar. We did get the dollar. Hold on a second, guys. I really don't want to miss this pound Aussie. I don't know what this is doing here, but I know it's low. I'm going to watch this. I really don't. I know that there's something going to happen there on that. Just don't want to miss it. I think I have a small piece on it from yesterday, but on the other account. So what do we have here? Just going through, looking at the market, trying to figure out what we got. Hold on. Wrecked. Bitcoin's probably going to go a little higher. I'm not willing to buy it up here, but within a day trading context, I mean, it's probably going to go higher. I'm not a big fan of buying stuff like this, but I could see it. I could see it higher. The dollar, very, very good spot. I want to be buying red candles. That's exactly what we did. Back over here. So yeah, see on the other side and the group side off the top of the range like that. This is why you try it there first. When you get that consolidation like that, it's pulled right back to the top of the opening range. That's why you try it right there. Perfect entry. And then we'll see, which currency is going to outperform really. So, yeah, I'm doing well. Actually doing well. Yeah, we had a great trading week. Just got busy doing stuff. I haven't made it back to YouTube since I think beginning of the week, but we just been busy doing stuff on the group side, and had a really good trading day yesterday. Killed it yesterday. I wish honestly I should have held some of that stuff, but I made the right risk management decision and took the profit. Had a really good gain yesterday, but it could have been better than that. Very low risk, 0.5%, reasonably low risk, but it got sketchy there for a second. I had to take some stops to get it, but I got it. I got a really good entry, and I probably could have held that. Euro Aussie, what this is doing right now. If the euro wasn't weak, I would be looking at that. This is going to be a bomber here at some point. I'm very tempted to just get in there. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a small risk. I'm just going to take it because I'm not going to miss it. What's today? Thursday? Flat on Friday. Yeah, so I'm going to take a small piece on this. I'm not going to babysit it. I see what this is doing, and I'm not going to miss it. 1 second, guys. Just a little piece. Not a lot, baby girl, just a little bit. Come on, where is this? Pound Aussie, Euro Aussie. Probably Pound Aussie too, honestly. A little nibble on Euro. Euro Aussie's probably better price action. Even though the euro is a little weaker, it's already been weak. Where is it in the list? Bruh. There it is. Gosh. Can't even find it. All right. So we'll see. Just going to try to hit target there. Back to what we're doing. Just a little bit. So I don't have to babysit it. At some point, this is very likely going to be higher than it is now. And I'm not worried about a couple pips with the low risk trade. Because I know I'm going to be over here doing stuff and this thing's going to slam up and I'm going to be like, well, there it went and I missed it. So Pound Aussie, Euro Aussie, the thing. Dollar down, Euro dollar. We're getting the confirmation right here. Probably going to be down for the rest of the day on Euro dollar. That would be a reasonable expectation at this point. Big piece of information there. Richmond Tower. Yeah. Pound Aussie was good. Yeah, it was good yesterday. Yeah, hit target. It was good. Could have held it, but it didn't come back. But it easily could have come back. And I'm just, I know there's another opportunity to get in it again. I know there's another potential shot at this. So even now, it's not terrible. This could end up being in a range that holds. That's generally how that'll happen off the low. It'll find some kind of a range consolidation like this, and we could just be at the bottom of it right now. and we just don't realize it yet. This could be the top of it, and this whole thing could run all the way up here easily. That could easily happen given how low this is right now, and that would be consistent with cycle structure as well, being at the bottom of the cycle, coming up off the low into a consolidation to that level 1 to step up to the level 2 consolidation in the market cycle itself. That would be consistent. So we're getting a second chance opportunity to possibly get in this long right now. Take that for what you will. Very low, dumb low. This has been really volatile lately. Had a crazy run last week, even crazier run this week, and we're looking for that to pull back up a little bit. So it makes sense. I'm not going to bother babysitting it. I'm just going to take a little piece of it and we'll look at it later. Realistically, you probably want to buy pullbacks. So probably want to take it on the pullback. Next, I think we've gone through pretty much everything. See what we're watching. We'll be here today. We'll do some trading. There's probably going to be some entries. If you're paying attention, you probably catch some good information. Again, a stronger dollar is likely. We'll see how that plays out. Chart. Yeah, stronger dollar is likely. We'll see how it plays out. Euro Aussie, Pound Aussie look good. Not sure what's going to outperform with the dollar stuff. Been pretty quiet so far in the market. Haven't really gotten much move. Overall, London was kind of dead. We're in a dead spot still. It's kind of a quiet time during the day, but that should be picking up here in just a few minutes. I was going to come on, just try to get ready for New York, moving through, and try to see what we're watching going into New York. Yeah, I think we're good. Let me go refill the coffee, and we'll get this day going. Probably want to pay attention today. Probably going to be some entries that happen today that are going to be good. Definitely watching equities, but I want to see it a little bit higher. I'm not going to buy it, but I'm going to look for that to potentially be higher. I think some of the interesting things to watch right now are some of the Aussie stuff. We'll see how this goes here. The dollar, for sure. Anything against the dollar and the Aussie could be a thing. Probably leave dollar CAD alone. It's not a good synergy there. The dollar and the CAD are not moving the right direction. Oil makes sense to be a long. Not willing to buy it here. I was going to say if it would pull back, I would buy it. Other than that, we'll be watching the high of the day. Probably no trade. Missed it. Missed the move on oil. I'm not going to buy into it now. But the NASDAQ and the S&P, gold even, like where those things are, could be in for a big surprise on those kinds of things. Yeah. Could be a good day today. Already in the green, but it could be like much better once this goes. Probably going to hit target. I'm sure we'll hit target today. Going to shoot for 0.1% first and then move the chains and do it again. Let's watch this for a minute. This is money right here. Yeah, we'll see what happens when we get up there. Give me just a minute and we'll get back to this. Give me just a second. And good morning, by the way. Be right back.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
All right. Here we go. Back to it. So, we're not really getting a lot of movement here in the market. I think the things that we took were good. $1. Let's go. Waiting for the Aussie to chill out, but Euro dollar is killing it. Pound dollar, same. I think we're good there. Looking better. I want to see that dollar stay strong, and that's what it's looking like here. That is what it's looking like. Yeah, so back to it. Maybe we'll flip through. Bot's doing maybe. Killing it on gold. The NASDAQ that's slowing it down. The NASDAQ is what it is. If it wasn't for the NASDAQ, it's selling the NASDAQ in the supply level up there. So when that does turn over, that's probably going to be a good thing. You can see what's going on with it with the bot. All right, but it's in the green. It's taking profit and it's in the green today. I haven't touched it. I took a couple like micro lots or something like on I think I took pound dollar, Aussie dollar, and Euro dollar on that too, just because push it across the finish line. Could have taken the 0.1% earlier too, which is generally what I would do if this wasn't a challenge. That's what I would do. If it was my live account, I'd just take the profit. So maybe we'll flip through some charts here. On side, risk manager. Yeah. Come on. All right. See what we got. Better. So, flip through and look. Start at the beginning. Play the trading game. Euro CAD. Going, and there goes the dollar. $1. Yen, actually. The yen could possibly be holding with that kind of price action. The Aussie's strong is the problem, but that looks better there. This may pull back up a little bit, but pound dollar looks like it's going to try to go. Yeah, it's a good game. Got some good trades on. I think we're good. Flip through and see what kind of run and gun we can do here. Aussie dollar, I'm already in. Start from the beginning. The list. Yeah. It's Aussie yen. Waiting. I'm going to wait on that one to go a little bit higher. I already know what I want to do there. I'm not willing to mess with it until it goes higher. Aussie CAD. This is a very interesting pair here. What's going on with this? Correct. Yeah, Aussie CAD is super interesting actually. Where that is, it's really high, like all the way out to the monthly. It's the highest prices since
Aussie dollar. Entering position. Lob.
I think it's the highest prices since back in
Euro dollar. Entering position. Lob.
Anyway, bot's taking stuff, but Aussie CAD is the highest in like back to like April of 21, I think. Extremely crazy where that is. Problem. So yeah, really crazy prices there on that. Again, we'll watch that. We're gonna watching that for the highs for sure. Aussie Swiss is another one. Waiting for the highs on that. We'll come back to it. Aussie Kiwi. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that pair, really. I don't know what I would do with that. Probably leave it alone. Nothing really. Aussie dollar, obviously looking for a stronger dollar. I think that's going to be a short. If it's not going to be here, we'll try it again higher. That's going to be a good short. CAD Swiss, I think we've already talked about that. Good run. I wouldn't want to enter it long right there, even though it made a good candle. I wouldn't enter it. We'll leave that alone. What else? Swiss yen. Man, just slow market day. Unfortunately, I was hoping we were going to get something here. Maybe moving on into New York we'll get something, but it's a slow market for sure. Overall, just really not much happening. At the end, that was a really good long last week. That was crazy last week. Kind of nothing now on it. Really to do with it. Yeah. Nothing really at the moment. Nothing. It was probably a good short scalp. It probably was. Just thinking about it, I'm like, what would I do there? It probably was a good short earlier when it hit the level, it hit the hash mark, but not anymore. EuroCAD, no go there. That's probably one of the biggest moves actually in the market. One of the biggest things that's happened. EuroCAD. Other than that, hasn't much moved. CAD was very strong though. We got a really strong CAD is what it is. And eventually that's going to come back the other way. So that there may be a trade there too. Euro pound, man, that looks like that could be something. That might be a long actually coming. Normally I would be looking at that like, time to potentially jump on that. Let's see. But yeah, euro pound. There's a potential there. Controller doesn't die. All right. That may be something actually very seriously considering taking something there on that pullback.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Yeah, that would be a short. Bot's taking NASDAQ short. Makes sense. It's probably poking on the high somewhere. Euro pound could be interesting, and that could be pound weakness coming in. Matter of fact, I'm going to take a little small piece on this. Yeah, smaller though. You actually make it a micro lot. Not worried about the stop. I'm going to guess that that's going to bounce and run up. And we're going to have a weaker pound here too soon. The pound is probably going to weaken. Euro, yen. Nothing there. Nothing yet. Euro Aussie. Watching this one. I'm scaling into this. and I'm waiting for the next level lower. I'm watching pound Aussie on the low. Let me get over here. I'm going to watch this. This gets, yeah, it's going to have to go a little more. But when that gets down, I'm going to try this one again. This is going down right now. It looks like that. I doubt that's going to stay down. I highly doubt it's going to stay down there. So again, going to be scaling into that one. Every time it breaks the low, I'm watching a certain level. The only reason that's going down is because of the euro is weak, but that may not stay that way. This could be a thing here. I'm going to wait for a little bit lower, but probably scale into it. That just happened. Pulled back like quite a bit. Yeah, I got stuff all over the place right now. The bots, all the market started moving is what it looks like. We got stuff moving around, which is good. We got a lower low there on Euro Aussie. That's interesting. Euro Kiwi's nothing. Euro dollar, fine. Whatever there. I'm just gonna stay short on that. No reason to change my bias there, but I'm not going to enter it short there. Pound Aussie, definitely interested in that, but on a low. I want to see it come a little bit lower first, and that's probably going to be a thing. It may go from where it is. There's a good chance that this makes a higher low and goes higher. Just not something that I'm going to really mess with anymore, like heavily. I'm going to put a heavy position on it here, but if it goes lower, I'll put a heavier position on it. But I am looking to scale into this. I think that's going to end up higher. I'm going to take it on this account if it goes lower, because I have to be flat by tomorrow, and I don't want to get stuck in a consolidation and have to be closing a loss tomorrow for no reason. And the other account I'm going to hold over the weekend. I want to be long pound Aussie. Pound yen, no trade. Not messing with that. It's stupid right now where it is. It's nothing. It looks like it's going to do both. Probably going to go down and then go back up. I'm not going to mess with it. It's not the right thing to trade today. Pound Swiss, nothing there. Pound Kiwi, same thing. I mean, this looks like a consolidation that's going to go higher. However, not messing with it. Kiwi dollar, yeah, we're going through all of it. We go through all of it all day for hours. Pound dollars, again, probably going to end up being a short, but it's not a good entry right now necessarily. It was earlier. That's probably fine. Let it pull back. I'm sure the dollar's pulling back if I had to guess. Kiwi CAD, nothing really there.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Yeah, the bot's going to be taking multiple strategies while it's up on the high like that. Whatever it's doing right now, it's probably scaling into a short. Yeah, Kiwi CAD, just there's not enough information. Like, we've got a bunch of nothing so far today. Everything's just locked in a range. There's really not much to do. I would, if I had the choice, I would be long short term, but I really want to be selling the high of the day. Weird. Yeah, I know. We do have news. I think it's GDP something. GDP print. It may not be much, but yeah, I know we do have something here in just a little bit. So maybe it's an excuse to trade. That's the important part. Maybe it's an excuse for people to move money. The New Zealand dollar overall, this kind of thing just doesn't look great. I don't know what I would do. I could see it going both directions. I look at the structure and it's probably coming down. but short term, depending on how this holds, I could see this going up a little bit. Kiwi Swiss, maybe skip it. Same thing on Kiwi Yen. They all look the same. Everything looks the same. We've been in a consolidation. We haven't had much movement. Kiwi dollar, same. I would be careful with this one though, because the dollar could be bullish and a stronger dollar is going to hold this down. It just may not be the best thing to trade. We're right in the middle of a range and we're right dead smack in the middle of it. It's not really the best entry. You could probably do both. You could probably be profitable one way or the other. I would probably not mess with this personally. You know, I look at this and there's no trade here. There's no disproportionate risk versus reward. We're right in the middle of the range. A dense consolidation too. If I had to guess, I would guess up first, but I know that the dollar is likely going to be bullish, so that could be a problem. So I'd skip that. Dollar CAD, Canadian dollar is very strong today, so that's why that's going down. I would be looking to mess with it a little lower. Not surprising that it's coming back. No trade right there. I'm not going to chase that short. It's already down. Already missed it. You know, as this, you know, this is already down for hours. So I'm not going to chase it now, knowing that, you know, there's buyers right there. We're back into density. Probably not a good idea. What's the benefit of trading with a gamepad? Well, for one thing, it's pretty cool. And number two, it's instant. It's faster than looking at a keypad. You can adjust your risk. You know, obviously it's a risk manager to adjust your lot size for you, but you can set your trades up infinitely faster than you could use a mouse and keyboard. Before you could even grab your mouse and click on a line to drag it, you could already be done with this. Before you could even grab one line to drag it, you're already done with a keyboard or with a joystick. It's a PlayStation 5 controller. You're already done. You know, like if I wanted to, you know, put a pending order right there, I could put a pending order, say here, put my stop there, my target up there, and be done. Done. Just like that, I've already taken the trade. Before I can explain it to you, I've already done it. That's the benefit. And so if you're scalping especially, you can get in and out instantly. You can execute instantly. You can change your risk profile instantly. You can move all stops to break even instantly with one button press, close all trades, that kind of thing. Change your level of risk preset by percentage or dollars. Say I want to change this. I want to risk 0.1% of my account on this trade and just put my stop there and my target there and just instantly be in it and done. That's why. It's a speed thing. Especially in just instant access to different things. You know, like say if I wanted to hedge my account, or hedge trades on this, say I've got it in profit and I want to hedge it, I instantly just done that and it's done. It's already done. It calculates your lot size for you, your open exposure, hedges the trade, and then you can move on to the next thing. I don't need that pending order there though, but that's really the benefit, is speed for one thing, especially if you're a scalper. There's nothing better than that. It doesn't exist. There's nothing that exists that's better for scalping. You know, and that's the idea. You know, it's just, you can just, plus it's fun. You can just go through and just, it's just much easier to do than a mouse and keyboard. So yeah, you can do anything with it. There's infinite things that you could do. It's just what I've got it set to do now is just to basically control MetaTrader and, you know, just trade. Open positions, close positions, hedge.
Euro Aussie. Entering position. Lob.
Did I code it myself? Yes. Yeah, this doesn't exist anywhere else. It's all, custom built-in a video game engine. I'm an app developer. I'm a game developer. Mobile games is really what I've done for the last 12, 13 years, and also trading. But, that's,
NASDAQ.
Something's going on.
Entering position. Short.
I'm getting some movement here all of a sudden on the 8 a.m. open, so we probably need to pay attention, actually. But yeah, you can do a whole, it's just fun. But as far as productivity, like it is, there's nothing like it. Like you can set up a trade and, you know, like if say you're in a scalp and you're waiting and you want to close it, you know, you can just sit here and wait. And when you're ready to hit it, you just like that. And you instantly close it, and you can just, you know, you want to get back in it. Like say I wanted to scalp this long here, could set it up like that, you know, whatever. I'm already in it. That's a crazy spread on that, but you know, and say I wanted to close it, I'm waiting. And when it goes up, I just done. Before you can even look at a key or drag a line or click a button, it's already done. Like it's all muscle memory. Never needed to take my eyes off the screen. Don't even need to look at anything. It's just done. It's like playing a video game. Crazy, actually. So that's the benefit. It blows everything else out of the water. As far as like a trading keypad. Plus it's a mobile app. It's a Windows app. It runs on your phone too. You can just push a button on your phone. And all of this right here is also like touch capable. You know, those kind of things. And it's a mobile app for Android right now. It will be for iPhone. When it's done, I'll put it on the market. But yeah. And you know, you can, instead of a physical keypad, you can just use a mobile phone app. And you can use a keyboard controller, and it has voice command capability too, which I don't have activated right now, but you can say like chart GBP USD and it'll bloop, just change your chart. It's a cool trading tool is what it is. Something that doesn't exist, but it exists now, and it's available for group members right now. And it's also a copy trader, even an internet-based copy trader. Like you can do over the web, like you can send your trades out to unlimited number of MetaTraders. You can do it locally, copy between accounts, and it integrates with the bot. There's a whole bunch of stuff with it. It's going to be a graphical interface controller for the bot. Like you'll be able to configure the bot through a mobile app, and you don't even need to open MetaTrader. Like it could be running on a VPS somewhere, and you could just configure it from the bot, and it goes out over the network, over the internet, and configures the bot. So you'll have a graphical interface on a mobile app that you can change the configurations on the trading bot. That doesn't exist. And then on top of that, it's a risk manager, a remote controller, and copy trader. And some more stuff is coming. A lot more is coming, actually. What this is going to be is, it's insane. It's being built. It's being built right now. There's so much more than this coming. I'm going to blow everybody's minds. But yeah, really cool stuff. Been building cool stuff. And aside from that, the trading, but it all integrates with the trading bot. But yeah, that's the benefit is speed for one thing, and accuracy, ease of use. And it changes the game, like as far as entering and exiting positions quickly. Like if you're scalping or something, you know, like, or whatever, just setting up pending orders. Like say I want to put a pending order short right here, I can just do that. And I want my stop to be, say, right there, and my target to be right there. It's done before I could even explain it to you. It's already done. And that is the benefit. So it's like, you know, before you can even look at what button you need to press, or grab the mouse and, you know, drag it. And you can do that too. It also has keyboard, like you can use the keyboard too to execute trades. But before I can explain it to you, it's already done. That is it. This is infinitely faster than a keypad. And you don't even need to change. It's just muscle memory. It's button combinations. You can, you know, if I want to close all trades, I hold L2, R2, and triangle, and it brings up the dialog to close all trades. I can either on this chart or all trades period on the account. you know, that kind of thing. It's all button combinations, so it's cool. It's like turns trading into a video game basically, and is very useful. There's no reason for me to sit here with a mouse and keyboard. This is better, literally. And it's just starting. So anyway, Dow, the S&P's probably, these are probably going to be shorts. I'm waiting for the another level to hit on these. This is going to be crazy actually when this gets up to here. Probably could set a pending order. Actually, I may do that. Man, we're in supply now. And it's tempting, like, you know, set a pending order like right up in there, the hash. And obviously a target would be lower. You know, that would be reasonable. Risking 438 to make 1474. I think there's going to be some shorts here later. If Bitcoin will break the high, I'll probably jump in that too. But I'm not shorting it until it breaks the high. Yeah, in the bot also, and it integrates with that. It has some more advanced like position management stuff, or like money management. Like if you want to close all at a percentage, or close all at a certain equity target, or close all at a certain dollar amount, or set a certain loss limit by percentage and open exposure or total exposure, you can do all of that. It has all those options, and it's all integrating. So yeah, you can definitely do that. You can move all stops to break even instantly. It'll all that kind of stuff. It's just, you know, it's just a good risk manager, but has some extended features, and it's a trade copier. Like I can be trading on this machine and send it out to everybody else if I want to over the internet. I actually just got that working the other day. So it's now a web-based trade copier as well, with a less than 1,000 millisecond delay. It's less than 1 second latency. So if I take a trade here in less than 1 second, anywhere in the world over the internet, I can send that trade to another MetaTrader. You know, it's a trade copier. And it's part of this. It's part of the options of the risk manager here. And it's available. That will actually be available. I need to test this a little bit more. There's one thing I have to do, and that the remote publisher will be available for the group probably this weekend for sure. I want to finish testing it first before I release that. The local trade copier is working. So like if you have multiple instances of MetaTrader, which we do, a lot of us trade multiple accounts, like multiple prop firms and stuff, you can take the trade on one and send it to other instances of MetaTrader, and with like a lot size multiplier and stuff like that. That kind of thing. If that makes sense. To explain what it is. Come on, Euro Aussie, looking better. I'm really interested in that for some reason. The price action looks good, and I like where the Aussie is. I'm not going to bother taking another one yet, but I think that's going to be a thing. I think Euro Aussie is going to be one to watch. Pound Aussie is going to be one to watch. Euro Pound is going into profit. Where are we? What can we do here? We're kind of in that hot zone of time where there's probably going to be some opportunities here. We tend to get volume at this hour. Come on, dollar. $. Aussie dollar is looking really good. Go out a little bit of time frames here. This thing is extremely high. You know, we're in supply on like all the way out higher time frames. I think this is going to be a good trade. You guys were paying attention earlier. We got a really good entry on that one. It's coming back down too. Looks good. Swiss, Aussie CAD, I'm definitely interested in if it breaks the high. There's a good swing trade coming on Aussie CAD, a really good like longer term swing. If you're into that kind of thing, check out Aussie CAD. The maybe. Aussie Swiss is a maybe because of where it is. That's tempting. It looks like it's going to come down. Aussie CAD and Aussie Swiss both. It's coming back inside of that opening range. That's a good sign that it's going to go lower. All of these Aussie pairs are going to cool off eventually. At some point, they're going to cool off. It's going to be great. Aussie CAD, yeah, that's one. Looking at that on higher time frames, you know, we're looking at the strength tool, the new stats in the strength tool. Like it's high on the monthly. Like it's already blown out its monthly range on the monthly chart. It's high on every chart, monthly, weekly, daily, all the way down. Like it's up there. Highest price since I think it was April of 2021. Highest prices since April 2021 on Aussie CAD, and showing some signs of rolling over. It's something like you could have like a longer term bias on, and it'll be up and down, but it's worth watching. Aussie CAD looks good. That CAD was very strong too, and when the Aussie pulls down, it's going to die. Aussie Swiss is interesting price action wise, where that is. That's looking good. If that candle closes bearish like this, when it pulls back on the next candle somewhere around the middle right there, it's going to be looking to enter somewhere near the middle or the top of the range. I think it's going to be good. Same thing, just everywhere. Aussie Kiwi, Aussie period. Aussie period for a pullback basket. Looking to get in all of that, which is going to be Euro Aussie, Pound Aussie the other way too. That's why I'm interested in those. There's some really good trades coming on the Aussie. Can't overemphasize that enough today. Euro pound, great. Get back in the range. See some euro strength and pound weakness. We're planning for the entire market, not just one pair. Euro Aussie looking good. Price action PA wise, that's it. So let this candle close, this big bullish engulfing here. That candle close, and when it pulls back on the next candle, probably going to hit it. And if it closes strong up inside of this range, wait for a pullback and hit it again. Just already in it, and I'm not willing to take it unless it goes lower, but that could be some stuff, man. This price action on Euro Aussie is juicy. Hamburgerjuice.com. Don't take my domain name. Might even buy that over the weekend. Couldn't believe that was available. We were just talking about that the other day. Hamburgerjuice.com is available. Chickenjuice.com is not available. They want $1,300 for chickenjuice.com, but Hamburger Juice is available. It's going to be the hamburgerjuice.com. That's what it's going to be. Pound Kiwi. I go to buy that this weekend and it's gone, I'm going to know when y'all did it. Pound Kiwi. Testing server up at Hamburger Juice. Soupy Soups, maybe. That might be available. I was just messing around. I was actually shocked that that was available. That seems like something that somebody would have picked already. Shocked that that was available. Do that for the testing server. I think I'm going to do that over the. I need to set up a VPS for some management stuff.
Pound yen. Entering position. Lob.
I had one, but I let it lapse.
Euro Aussie. Entering position. Lob.
Euro Aussie long. Why? What did the bot? It took. What did it say? Pound Aussie and Euro Aussie. Yeah, it's looking at a potential morning star on both of them probably. Yeah, it put in a morning star. We got a down candle, another down candle, and then an up candle with the smaller bodied candle in the middle. It's recognizing that there's a rollover here. Roll under, really. It looks like a reversal type of price action. So the bot took it long, and if it's the lowest position, it'll hold it, and if it's not the lowest position, it'll scalp it for $1. It's a good entry. It's great. That was a great entry right there. It's the lowest low in the last 200 candles, and also a morning star kind of price action, reversal price action. It's going to be a good entry. Bot can do some cool stuff like that. The candlestick pattern stuff is very good, and it's going to get better. For $1 too. But that actually is a decent entry. I wish it would go lower, but it may not. It might not make it lower. And $1's not doing anything. And profit's just not going. Pound yen, let's see what we got. Good morning, guys. Good morning. Hey, what's up, Marco? Yeah, EU makes sense. Yeah, we're watching that one for sure. The dollar looks good. Yeah, the dollar looks pretty juicy. Price action wise, it looks like it's going to be there eventually. Dollar. And yet there, it's trying. Got a good entry on pound dollar. It just hasn't moved yet. Need that dollar to get a little stronger. And if euro pound goes up, that could be bearishness in the pound as well. So just be aware of that. That could be the reason why. And euro pound is looking pretty bullish. Oil, I'm waiting for a little bit higher on oil before I sell it, but it's not terrible. It's not a terrible short scalp, but I would wait for it to go higher. Skip that one for now. Gold and silver. Silver's not doing much. It's up. Gold is not looking good. Structurally, got a really good entry on that. Got basically the top, caught the high. Pretty much in the wicks on the high. And just going to hold that. Again, trying to hit target. I'm going to do, let me check this other account real quick. Yeah, right. Yep. That consolidation, that's looking pretty rough there. Bot's still ahead. It just hasn't, not much happened. It's in the green. Yeah. Yeah, it's in the green. It's not much going on yet. It's got a whole bunch of entries on. Killing it on gold though. Gold will drop. Gold dumps today. This thing's gonna kill it. It's really heavy on the top end. Got a lot of shorts on the higher end on gold. Yeah, looking good. Come back to that. Just letting it go. What we're doing. Here goes the dog's barking. Lol. So yeah, watching gold for sure. And again, the stock market indices, see how that poked higher and then sold off again? I think that might be the story today, that there could be some wreckage coming on that. Where's the high going to be? We're waiting for the high of the day on stocks. I'm going to wait and take a reevaluation when we get to the high. There's probably going to be a good entry coming on that. Let me get this out of the way. Dow. Happened to that. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back and look at that. I can't believe that happened. That testing that strategy, it did 10% in like 48 hours with like a 1.5% drawdown. I don't understand how it did it, and I'm very curious. I want to go back. I couldn't get the MyFX book connected to it to look. It was saying there was no trade history. I was like, what? I just started a fresh demo account and was testing it, and heck, dude, it did like 10% in 2 days without going over. It was like, didn't even go over a 2% drawdown. It's like, what? It did like $7,000 profit in 1 day on a 100K account. And then the next day it hit the 10% level. I was like, okay. It was a little bit aggressive, but it did it. I was like, man, we're gonna have to go back and look at that. But yeah, that's gonna go into the bot for sure, that strategy. It's something I was doing in 2018. I was just looking at the code. It was something back from 2018. It's like, man, I had all that code on my Linux box, my development computer, and it was just something I hadn't looked at, and I ran it in the tester. I was like, wait a minute, let me revisit this, and I made a couple changes to it, and it's killing it. So we're gonna check that out. That could be very interesting. Dollar Swiss is a thing. I mean, it makes sense what it is. A very simple grid type of strategy using pending orders. But it caught momentum on the NASDAQ the other day, and it just murdered it. It absolutely killed it. Thing did 10% in 2 days, which is bonkers, absolutely crazy, given the amount of drawdown that it had. Like, I think the biggest drawdown I saw was like $1,100 on a 100K account, and it did $10,000 profit in 2 days. It's like, what? Like, something I want to go back and look at and, you know, see, what was this, a fluke or what? Like, what is that? You know, how did it? Was it just the market conditions, you know, that made that possible? That's an incredible result. But that doesn't mean it's consistently like that, and that's what I want to go back and look at. I was trying to connect it to my FX book and something different, you know, something I haven't messed with in a while. I don't know if it was just the right market conditions on the NASDAQ or what. It caught that hard trend that ran up on the NASDAQ, and it just killed it, absolutely killed it. So that's possibly something we need to explore to kind of offset the hard trending market issue with a mean reversion strategy. You know, that may be the solution, or a partial solution. Two solutions there: filtering, only taking the best quality entries by filtering out bad entries is one partial solution. The other solution is to run a combination trending strategy with it. So there's two attack vectors here to fix that problem, and gonna fix it. Trying to reduce the drawdown as much as possible with a combination strategy. And a very powerful thing here, and need to get it configured the right way. Come on, Euro Aussie. Euro Aussie's money. Money, here we go. Pound Aussie, here we go. Closes inside the range, bullish. It's going to be on. I wish it would have gone a little lower to get a better entry. Let's look at Pound Aussie real quick. Euro Aussie. Check it out. I'm going to wait for this candle to close. We're going to get some good trades today. Pound Aussie, same. It's bottom of a range. Let this candle close on a pullback. Set a pending order right there. We'll put a stop below the range. We'll just run this up, probably into that consolidation up there. Pending order set. Dunzo. Didn't even need to look. Just like that. So if that pulls back into that, I'll take the pending order. And look for it to hold the low of the range. Other than that, I'll watch it manually. Here we go. It's going. Yeah, bot's going back up. It's almost back to $100 again. Will be in just a second, probably. If gold will drop, we'll hit target. I've got a $250 target right now, but I may change that depending on the market conditions. I was hoping gold would have just run by now. So we'll come back to that for sure. About to go back and profit here on Euro Aussie. It's the Aussie. So let's go look at Aussie dollar here. See what we got. Actually, we'll do it here. Go up to Aussie dollar. Swiss could be something. Hold on. I have a feeling that Aussie dollar is going to be a thing. Okay, here we go. Yeah, so we're coming back down. Looking good. It's going to be the Aussie probably rolling over. Still looking to short Bitcoin. Hey, what's up, man? Probably. I want to see it break the current high first, and then I'll start looking at it. Every single time it makes one of those big runs up to a supply area, I'm just gonna, just very simple. And then also watching a range strategy when it meets the conditions. Yeah, I want to see it go higher though. But yeah, I'm only looking to short Bitcoin personally, but not from here. I'm not going to sell it right now because it's probably going to go up a little bit. But yeah, we're going to watch that. That's one thing I'm absolutely watching. I want to see it go up a little bit first though. I think it's going to end up going higher. Go on Euro Aussie, come back in that range. Like to see a strong close there and not reject the bottom end of the range. And if it goes lower, I want to buy it lower on Euro Aussie. I think there's going to be a good trade coming there. Hey, what's going on? Yeah, cold and wet UK. It's actually it was colder here. It's definitely wet here in Florida. It rains pretty much every day. Not as much around this time of the year, but it does. It's basically every day. Yeah, it's been, weather's been okay here. I think it rained the other day here, but yeah, it's been cooler than normal. But, at this time where I am in Tampa, like it's kind of in the southern part of Florida, it's generally, 70 degrees, 80 degrees during the day. It's like springtime weather right now. It'll be a little bit cooler in the morning, but then it'll feel like April during the day. It's weird. We don't really get much winter here. But some people don't like the heat either. It's very muggy, like humid heat. But yeah, we don't really get much winter here. 20 inches of snow, that's crazy. Oh man, yeah. See, that's one thing we don't get. It never snows here. It just doesn't snow in Florida. I think in 1989 it snowed in North Florida, and I think that's the last time it actually snowed. I remember I was a kid. I was a little kid. I remember it. But yeah, I remember being in Jacksonville at my grandparents' house, and there was like snow on the ground and stuff. In Florida, it's like an anomaly. It just doesn't happen. But yeah, Brian, I actually see what you're talking about there on gold. That little gap right there. If it'll run up, that's what I mean. Get a better entry. It may. I could see that happening, and that's why I probably wouldn't enter it there. But short from higher is fine. But yeah, I wouldn't enter it right there. I see exactly what you mean. That would make sense for it to run back up into that consolidation right there through the gap. And once that, yeah, I could see that. I think what it'll probably be is it'll retest the center up there, which would make sense. It'll probably spike up there. And if it does, I may actually set a pending order there. Put this down here. Just put a target below the low. Whoa. Hold on. What just happened? Euro dollar went. Hold on. Oh, news. That's right. Hold on, guys. What's going on? Man, we're all over the place here. Hold on. Okay. Winner. Look at Eurodollar. Go. Yes. 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 Look at Eurodollar. Group side. Yay. Come on, gold. Oh, man. Hold on. Oh, we are going. Hold on. Man. Hold on a second.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Lock. 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Hitting target. About to hit target. Bruh. Yeah, hold on. That was that went the right way. Yeah. I think the bot's hitting target right now. That was wild. Eurodollar. Hold on, let's get back here. Almost, man, that's so crazy. It almost hit. Damn it, man. It was like so close. It was at $24 or something. I think the bot hit because MetaTrader's locked up. That generally means it's closing all those orders. Okay, hold on a second. Take a look here, see what happened. There we go. Eurodollar for the win. Eurodollar slammed. Gold slammed and back. So we got GDP, whatever that GDP print was, whatever. Dollar up. Made sense, right? So there's our YouTube trade from this morning. What is going on here? Ugh. Locked up here on MetaTrader. What happened? Yeah, so probably going to hit target here in just a second.
5 minutes.
What kind of stuff going on? Basically, hit target. I just saw a $200 target and MetaTrader locked up. So it was probably trying to close those orders. Now, the problem is... Correct. I don't know whatever happened with it. I got to reopen it. I was in the middle of doing something when that happened. So it's wrecked MetaTrader. Let me see what happened. I'm gonna reopen it.
Smart hedge activated. NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Oh yeah, okay. It's it's already repositioned on a bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, okay. So it closed out. Let's see what happened here. Hold on a second. Let me get over here. I got to figure out what happened. It was frozen, but it actually went. So I can see it's repositioning.
Gold. Entering position. Short.
What happened here? Load this all back up. What? It's loading here. Yeah. I gotta reload that config. Loading the old config. Hold on. I crashed it. That's funny. It didn't close everything out. It closed some of it out. Yeah, we need to just completely square this up here. Yeah, it crashed. It's funny. MetaTrader puked. because I can see some of the positions are still on and it's taking some other ones. So loss limit, let me just set a profit goal to like 1 cent. I wonder if you can do that.
5 minutes.
Never tried it. So it should close everything out if it goes into the green, which it is. There we go. It's going to have to beat swaps and commissions though. I just want to reposition on it. But we got the trades right for sure. Oh, got to turn auto trading on. Duh. All right. It's still got a bunch of positions on. I saw on Euro Kiwi from the last basket. So that was kind of messed up. I was messing with the configuration right when it started closing trades, so I kind of screwed it up, but that's my fault. On here.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Yeah, it's closed $162 in exposure, but what I don't want it to I stopped it in the middle, which is crazy. Actually, I was messing with it when that happened. Let me just give it like a
5 minutes.
Let me just force it to close them all out. And then we'll reconfigure this. Come on. Put them down. Oh, it still had positions open, so it crashed in the middle of closing. I was screwing with
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
I need to load that profile again. Close them all out and see what the damage was. It could have been better, probably, if I'd have closed them all at the right time. It's all right. It was still in the green.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Fight it and keep. It's trying to open more positions.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
All right, so whatever. $100 gain. It hit $100 target, which made sense.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Load this whole.
Short.
Reload this bot profile.
15 minutes. 15 minutes.
It was trying to load something else.
Aussie dollar. Entering position.
There we go.
Short.
All right, let me let this one go. This is what I want. It loaded the default profile.
NASDAQ.
Good game.
Entering position. Short.
All right, it's going to go out and position on a whole bunch of stuff here. All right, so profit goal is $100. That's what it hit. Good game.
Euro Aussie.
Good game.
Entering position. Lob.
So there's a free $100. Started it last night toward the end of the day. And so it hit target. Yeah, it should
5 minutes.
Make sure everything's right. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure it was loading the correct profile. Supply and demand on the NASDAQ. That's probably going to take another short if it'll pop up a little bit higher. Gold. Trading multiple strategies on gold, so good game there. Yeah, so it'll go out and reposition. It's going to enter a whole bunch of different things and just go reposition and get a new net position going. So it'll probably go into a little bit of a drawdown as it goes back out, but when the markets contract, be knocking out profits again. So sweet. Slipped a little bit on the MetaTrader crash, but it hit the $100 target. So good game. It's crazy because I saw like 170, 180. I think it was like $200 at one point. It went on into the 200s and I got slipped on that because I was screwing with it. If I would have left it alone, it would have been a bigger profit, but it's all right. And then it's in the green. That's crazy. I was messing with it. I had the window the configuration window open at the time when everything started hitting. So it was trying to close positions when it was, sucks. It was just my fault. So everything's good. Running again. Whatever. Nice basket. Moving on. What happened in the market here? Let's figure that out. Sweet. Next. Money. I'll take it. Take a look at the charts real quick. What the heck happened? That was a crazy spike on euro dollar. Yeah, so the dollar spiked higher. Not a big surprise where it went to. Still probably wouldn't want to be short. Guys got a lot going on. Crazy. So if I hadn't have been screwing with it, it would have been almost twice that amount of profit. I saw it was up. I saw it go like 160, 170, 180. And I was like, oh my God, it was going. And then, yeah, it was trying to close positions and just crashed. MetaTrader does that sometimes. If you're messing with it when it's trying to do stuff, I've seen that happen before. And normally if you just let it wait, like if you're getting the blue spinny wheel of death, if you just let it go, like it's still doing it all in the background, it'll be fine. But you know, whatever. I was in a hurry trying to get it reopened. All right, whatever. But we got the spike there. We got the dollar up. That's what we were looking for. So good enough. We got something out of it. The crazy thing is I didn't hit target on the other account. It was so close. It was like $1 away. It was $1 away from hitting target and just didn't go. But it's still probably going to go. When gold spiked back up like that I've still got some good positions on. It'll hit. I'm sure it'll go later. I think that's what we needed. We needed that move. Now what is the question? Aussie dollar trade was good. Still good. Yeah, it didn't really move a lot. Euro dollar did. Euro dollar was a big heavy volume boom to the downside. We're short right here on that candle, the top of that candle. Yeah, so 35 pips. It's not a lot. It's got plenty of room to go. We're going to see if the dollar is going to hold. Euro Aussie still looks good. Still very tempting. I'm just not going to take another one because of where it is. The yen went down, so that was a thing. A lot of the other pound pairs went the other way, but pound yen specifically went up because of the yen. The yen got wrecked. So yeah, you can see that here. The yen just got smoked there, but you know, nothing you can do about that. So pound yen went up when the other pound pairs went down. And yeah, might want to be careful. I wouldn't be long pound yen. That may not stay that way. The yen's in a weird spot. Yeah, so that was annoying. Pound dollar, how far did that go? That went 37 pips. Yeah, so for the most part, we got it right. It's just day's not over yet. Day's not over yet. Second. Yeah, so hopefully we can continue there to float back through that on euro dollar. There's a pretty good chance that that floats back through there. Good game. Next. What happened? See what actually happened. It's weird to see silver, moon, and gold go the opposite direction. Crazy. I think we were talking about gold at the time. I was like, yeah, I wish that would go up a little bit. Then I would be looking to short it, and it was just boom, instant red candle. I forgot about the news.
EuroCAD. Entering position. Lob.
EuroCAD. Maybe. It's going to do some things that may not make sense price action wise. But that's what it's supposed to do. Yeah, gold's wrecked. Perfect. Perfect rejection at the range low. go, baby. Come on, gold. Oh yeah, back in the green already. Probably gonna hit target here on that. Yeah, here we go. Flip over here in a minute. Already hit target on the bot account. It's repositioned. It's already in the green by a couple dollars. Yeah. Come on. Let it go. Waiting to hit target on the other account. So what do we do here is the question. 1 second. Looking to make sure nothing crazy is going to happen. I need to watch that other account to do anything with it. I'm trying to hit target on it. I need to get it flat today. I'm pretty positive that's going to happen. I'll hit target on it. I'm only a couple dollars away. If this at all comes down, Aussie dollar, euro dollar, gold, any of that floats even a little bit through there, be fine. Gold's running. So where's gold going? You don't want to be short here. You don't want to enter short gold. It's already happened and it's to an inflection point here. So your rebalancing period or point, your rebalancing point of the day is probably not a good place to be entering short. It's too high to take a bounce long here really, but you see where it's bouncing right there. It's probably going to bounce up a little bit, but I wouldn't want to be long. We'll see. Probably not a good trade right now from where it is. It was earlier. Oil. Maybe getting a trade here. That's tempting. Tempting where it is. Previous equilibrium. That to be green or 2 pixels. So we've got some confluence here on oil. Could easily see a rejection here. It's not something you want to be entering long. This is absolutely zero chance of a long entry right here. No go. You got a potential daily high here, as crazy as that sounds. So no, it's just not it. I would rather be short from higher. If for some reason this goes way up into here today, way up where your projected high would be, I would enter it short there. I would not enter it long now to chase it. Whether or not it goes up doesn't matter. It's about risk. It's about risk management. Come on, dollar. So there's a possible trade coming on oil for sure. Bitcoin didn't really move. Yeah, so the dollar. This was the thing. The dollar bounce off the top of the range made a lot of sense. See what happens here. You probably don't want to be short on the macro. If you look at where the dollar is, probably not a good idea to be short. So we'll wait for that. Wait for another entry here. Good game on this. Aussie dollar. Definitely not going long. If it doesn't go, whatever, try it again. Try it again on the high. It did go, but now the dollar is coming back down is what it is. Now the question is the dollar going to stop and go back up? A weird volatility there. Good game. Next. Same thing with the euro dollar. I mean, it's not a long, but you see where it went down to. It went right to the hash mark and bounced, and that would have been a good place to take profit, but it's not a long entry here. So it's just kind of nothing. Now it's a wait and see, because now we got something different. See what the dollar is going to do. Euro pound still looks decent. Not really a trade at the moment. I would rather be long, but only want to be long euro pound. Euro yen's not right now. Not going to enter long at the top of a range, but it may not be high enough to short it yet. So kind of no trade really. Euro CAD was the biggest move of the day. Somehow. whatever, nothing there. It's not low enough to buy into it yet. And it's definitely too low to short it. Yeah. If it'll go and break the low, it might take a bounce. Maybe a bounce entry, but no trade. The move already happened. The move has already happened. It's used its potential. Its potential energy has been depleted. Let's leave it alone. Euro Kiwi is a possibility. Nothing yet. It's not a good entry, but if it were to go lower, I think it's going to be something. Same thing with Euro Aussie. It's only a long, but it's not showing any signs of moving yet. This is one of those where you'll forget about it for a little while, and then you look at it later on at the end of the day, and it'll be up like this, or tomorrow. It'll be up way up there tomorrow, and you'll be like, well, we had it. Remember talking about it. You know, it's one of those things. So I'm already in it. I'm not going to take another position because my position is just higher, a couple pips higher than this. So I'm not going to bother taking another one unless it breaks the low. And I'll be watching it down here and down here. If for some reason that were to happen, I'm 1,000,000% going to be in it. So waiting for that. Yeah, we're probably getting some stuff going the other way right now. I'm sure gold's probably going up. There's a gap there. Pound yen. That might even be a short, to be honest. Yeah. Not a long. Watch what happens right here. Like a brick wall. Yeah, not buying it here, but possibly looking for a lower high, somewhere higher. If it runs a little bit higher, be looking for a lower high, and that makes sense, which is fine. Again, my short entry is here, so I'm not getting out of it. And if it runs and breaks the high, I would be even happier about it. I actually wish it would. I would take the break even stop to get a higher entry, and that may happen. I wish it would, but it's definitely not. Yeah, it's not a good, I don't know. I'm not entering this right here, but I want to see what happens. I want to see how it closes. I'll wait on that. Next. So this is where we pay attention. Got 9 a.m. coming. What was the data, by the way? Good. Better than expected, worse than last time. They always lowball it. When they know it's going to be worse than the last print, then they'll lowball it to make it. This is just manipulated, is what it is. So crazy. Just manipulation. They knew it was going to be lower, and they lowballed the estimate. So then when it comes out slightly higher than the forecast, but still worse than last time, everybody says, ooh, it's green. Green means go. Red means stop. Lol. And that kind of stuff doesn't stay that way. You'll get a big pop, and everybody, you know, all the noobs trade the color. They trade the color and then get wrecked. So we'll see what happens with that. Yeah, it's not important anyway. Tomorrow, for PCE, this will be a thing. Another volatility event tomorrow at 8:30. We want to know what time it's happening. Don't care about what the data is. We want to know what time it's coming in. Just in the middle of doing so. I wasn't paying attention to it today. It's funny. Come on, dollar. So yeah, try the dollar again lower. Make it down to the center. Try it again. Yeah, it's going to be, man, it sucks, man. It's going to be a rangy day. God, if we're not getting a trending move on the dollar, it's probably just going to be a choppy, rangy day. but it's all right. Still in the green. Bot hit profit, which is good. Could have been better. Man, that was just an unfortunate event there. I shouldn't have been messing with it. I had the freaking options menu open and locked it up when it started doing stuff. Stupid.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
Makes sense. Yeah, so we'll watch gold here. I would probably be careful with this. What this looks like now and what it looks like later may be two different things. Let's keep that in mind. Again, this was news. This was a news-based candle. As that news fades off, let's see what happens. And that poked up pretty much into that gap too, by the way. Curious to see what's going to happen here. We'll watch it. €1 dollar. Pound Aussie, Euro Aussie, I think are going to be great opportunities later. If I think we're going to get some good short opportunities today at some point on the stock market indices. I'm waiting for them to go higher for the manual trade. I'm going to try to sell the high of the day today. It'll be a big higher high. If for some reason this runs up today, I'm going to be looking to sell the high of the day. Good opportunity coming. CAD yen went. Dollar CAD makes sense where that went. No trade. Oil, waiting for the high of the day on oil. Not going to bother buying it here, unfortunately. It makes sense that it would go higher. It's just not a long entry. See gold hitting an invisible brick wall right here. I think looks good. Come on, dollar. Let's let this news fade out a little bit. See what's actually going to happen. Euro pound. That's looking better. Still long euro pound. Profits coming back. That dollar move shake off. Good. Euro Kiwis and maybe. Boring situation here. I wish this would go just a little bit lower on Euro Aussie. I'm going to start scaling into that. It's juicy. The hamburgerjuice.com is what it is. Cheeseburger macaroni. Go. Can't wait. Macaroni. CAD wrecked. Not surprised. On Swiss, yeah. Pound's weak. It was made sense earlier for the pound to be weak. Strength tool told us that. Higher time frames. Time to be pulling back a little bit. On S&P to the high. Let's see, what are we watching here? In a whole... yeah, the hamburger juice. Trying to judge the whole market. What is the entire market doing? And that's what we're going to position for. Yeah. Weird one on gold. This looks like it's just going to kind of do nothing. I could see it going a little bit up and a little bit down too. That was the move, really. That's where you would probably take a profit on the hash there. For the people on the group side. Yeah, I don't know, man. Waiting on the dollar at this point. Unfortunately. See if the dollar is going to hold. Going to be selling highs and buying lows. That's what it's going to be today. Euro pound looks great. On the green, nothing bad's happened. Waiting on gold to figure out what's going to happen. See if it's going to make a lower high today. Going to have to break the high to stop me out. So we'll watch it. I'm going to move my stop.
Aussie dollar. Entering position. Short.
I'm gonna move my stop to break even on gold just in case. So if I'm not paying attention to it, because I don't want that one to run against me. The rest of it I don't care about. Yeah. Gonna have to go all the way up and break the high. Which it maybe, but maybe not. Euro pound's good. That's a good entry on Euro pound. We're getting a pullback right now too. Aussie dollar, same. I mean, fine, leave that alone. Euro dollar is okay. Got Euro dollar short. No, Euro Aussie. I mean, no, that's Euro Aussie. It's not a short. Waiting. Just looking to see what I've got here on my other account. Yeah, nothing to do. Waiting for the Aussie, Euro Aussie and Pound Aussie to hopefully break the low. Yeah, I think Euro Pound is a potential long entry right here, given the price action. And what does that mean for the pound? If it is going to be a long, I think this is interesting to watch right here. Some of these Euro pairs are kind of saying the same thing. Gonna float through the day. We're gonna make it through it. Should open it on the same window. Normally I would put the EA on a different chart than the strength tool. Like just put normally like with the risk manager, the trade commander, risk manager, and the name's probably going to change, but that doesn't matter.
Euro Aussie. Entering position. Long.
Probably, yeah. It's a range expansion. So yeah, what you would do is I would probably put it on a separate chart, just so you can manage it on a separate chart, because it's its own EA and it's eventually going to be mixed in with the bot. It's all probably going to be one thing, but it's segmented right now. Let me get over to it real quick. Yeah, so what you would do is you would probably put that on its own chart. Just open up a separate chart window and run that on its own, because you can only have one EA on a chart at a time. And like the other one, I'll normally run the bot as a risk manager, and only to manage the money. I won't run a strategy on it on the strength tool kind of thing, and I'll only run it on as a risk manager to close my target, to hit targets and stuff like that. But yeah, as far as this is concerned, yeah, put it on its own chart. That's the way to do it. And yeah, should work fine. One thing I haven't tested it on is Xbox. I've got a Nintendo Switch controller that I haven't gotten to yet. I meant to do that this weekend. I need to test it on that, but in theory it should work. I need to get one and try it. But I know it works with PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5 confirmed. And it should work with Xbox controllers. I'm gonna have to figure that out. I'm trying to figure out what's up with PlayStation 3. Depends on the drivers that Windows uses, and also you can connect it to your mobile phone too, like for the Android version. And I need to update the Android version because a lot's changed since I updated that to the group. But you can run it on a mobile phone too, and like you can use it as a keypad, like buttons. It's a mobile app, but you can also pair your gamepad to your phone over Bluetooth, and you could use it that way. That's another way to do it too. Again, we're just
dollar CAD. Entering position.
Long, probably it's way down. That makes sense. It's just looking for reversals. But so yeah, there's a couple ways to do it for the Windows version. yeah, you would probably put it on its own chart, and you don't have to use a controller. It's got keyboard shortcuts like to execute trades, close all, break even, hedge. You can just hit one key on the keyboard and it's bloop, done. And you can set your risk. You can use the mouse, you can use a keyboard, you can use a game controller, which is the ultimate way to do it. But yeah, it's just a good risk manager too. Got a lot of options. There's a lot of options coming. You can split your profit targets into multiple TPs. There's a lot of things that you can do with it and more is coming. By a lot more is coming. It's going to be so much more than this, than a risk manager. It's going to be an entire trading platform in 3D, like a video game with lasers and fire and sound effects. And people are not ready for what's coming. A 3D game engine trading platform that pulls your live data from MetaTrader or CTrader or whatever. You trade your account, but in the interface of a 3D video game with multiplayer, leaderboards, team trading against other teams. About to wreck everybody. They have no idea what's coming. Being built right now. Right now it's being built. Come on, oil. Looking for the high of the day on oil. Team deathmatch. Go. Oil is going to be a short. It's going to be. Oil is going to definitely be a short. Yeah, man, that's crazy. This almost hit target. It almost cleared out. I mean, it was within $1 of hitting the target. It was within $1 because I saw 24. I was like, oh, it's going to go. And it didn't. I was like, oh, just didn't hit it. That sucks. It'll come back though. Oil is going to be crazy. But yeah, anyway, dollar CAD is obviously at an interesting point, looking for the low of the day there. On Swiss, whatever. Euro Aussie, waiting a little bit lower on that. It's going to be a better entry. I'm going to keep buying the low of the day every day on this until it goes back up. It's not there yet, but when it gets there, I'm going to be looking for the low of the day. That could have been it, but it wasn't. Good game. Everything's okay. Decent though. It's crazy because I could have just closed it. Hit target. Yeah, but I'm going to get some good entries though. Now we're getting the movement, like waiting to get the positions. This is going to be better. You know, like some of those Aussie pairs, like Aussie dollar on a high. You know, Aussie CAD's already going down. Some of these Aussie pairs are going to set up some really good entries, and it could be tomorrow too. A lot of times you'll get really good entries at the end of the week. Euro CAD, biggest mover of the day. I'll set a pending order down here. For some reason that hits. I'm gonna put a stop lower. Target. Maybe the bottom of the range. We'll put it there. Should try to yeah, it's probably going to go up and make a lower high. I'm going to look for a bounce though, just to see. Yeah, we'll do that. Just to see if it bounces. If it overextends today, I'll put a pending order down there and just try to catch a bounce. CAD yen, same situation. That's probably going to be the other way though. Put a pending order. We'll say somewhere at the top of the, yeah, somewhere up at the top of the range. I could do the stop above the high thing. I'll wait though. Look to break the low somewhere like that. Put a pending order, that's fine. I'll just set some pending orders just in case. And wait and see what gold and all that's going to do. We got a new high on Aussie dollar. Be very careful with this stuff. Trying to buy that, not buying it. I'll hold my short. Aussie yen. Gonna wait for that. Not messing with the yen right now. Gonna get some good entries here. Anything higher on Aussie dollar, that'll be a thing. CAD yen's gonna be a good short. Euro Swiss is nothing yet. Euro pound still hasn't done anything. I'd be willing to buy it lower, but it's not a short. I'm already in it. Whatever. Decent entry. It's going to be a positioning thing here. That's what it looks like. Euro Aussie, we'll wait for that. Again, waiting for the lows. Euro Kiwi, same thing. It's going to go down a little bit. See where it bounces. Euro dollars all over the place. No idea what's going on. I'll take the break even stop. If it stops me out, whatever, I'll figure it out. It was a good run down. It just didn't go far enough. Pound Aussie, same. I'm going to wait for I want it this much lower though. Either lower or a broken low. There's going to be a really good trade here, but I want to see it go lower first. Not buying into this until it's one of those things where you could take a shot at a higher low potentially. With a stop below the low. Target is infinity. No reason to have a target on this. Really. A broken high, just stupid target. There's no way it's going to hit that before it hits a percentage target. So could put a pending order down there for a higher low, and if it breaks the low, then whatever. That's a possibility. Just put a pending order there. If it makes it there. I'm not sure it's even going to make it down that low. It might even hold right here. The ultra aggressive play here is to buy this right now. Matter of fact, not a terrible idea with a micro lot. There's still a possibility that this rejects up and holds that range. If it goes down, it'll tag the other one in, whatever. Small positions. Nothing there. Pound Swiss is nothing. Pound Kiwis, nah. Gotta remember where the Aussie is. I wouldn't be betting on a continuation. A lot of people looking to close out on those Aussie trades. Kiwi yen, good game. Kiwi yen. Same thing. Kiwi dollar. I could see it up a little bit. It's just not really great. It's not for me personally. Where it is, I'll wait. Dollar CAD again. Probably gonna be good at some point. If it will break the low, let's see what's down there. Yeah, if it'll break the low, I'll try it. Whatever. Put a pending order down there somewhere. Oil. Trying to sell the high of the day on oil, but I want to watch it first. I want to be long from lower on oil. I think oil is going to end up much higher over the next couple months. I've been saying it, kept catching the bottom and getting out of it, but there'll probably be a pullback short. It's just not there yet. It's not time yet. It will be. Gold, whatever. Waiting on that. I would be careful with that. Range expansion. Yeah. Remember how high gold is. It's I'll leave that alone and wait. See what happens when the equities market opens here in 15 minutes. Silver, no trade. Wish I would have stayed long on that. I mean, the bottom. Had the bottom like way down here. I think I had it right there. That's about where my order was, my long, and took a 3% move out of this. Oh man, that was a good trade. And it's just still going. It pulled back yesterday, but then it went again. It had the bottom on silver. That was a really good trade, actually. And I used that profit to offset the Bitcoin short. This is what I did. And if I would have just left that Bitcoin short open, it would have ended up in profit. It's up now, but it was in the green. NASDAQ, again, waiting for the high of the day here. Going to be some good shorts probably coming on those. Going to wait for that to run up and do whatever it's going to do. And then we'll hit it again. Yeah, so euro dollar stopped out at break even. Good game. Some stops earlier on something. Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, never mind. Different symbol. I'm not in that one. That's not the euro dollar symbol. It's not the right one. Bitcoin. Yeah, I was going to say it shouldn't have gotten stopped out on euro dollar. Wrong one. Looking at the wrong feed. Yes, oil. Clearly going to be a short, a pullback short to whatever range it's going to be. It's just not quite there yet. That's going to be an easy trade when it gets there. Jesus, dude. Crazy runs going on. Dollar CAD's breaking the low. Bruh. Yeah. Yeah. Not gonna miss that. One more little poke. Breaking the low. Scaling into little stupid runs on that when that comes back up. Take it. Dollar. That sucks. Oil. Well, so we got the other way. Lying. That's crazy. Yeah. So wish it would have hit target earlier. Been taking different positions. That's crazy. It was within $1 of hitting target. Now it's all the way back. Good game. Swiss means it's going to be a fight today, is what it is. You're going to have to wait for there's good stuff coming though. There's good levels coming. Pound yen, like. That looks good. Wait for it to hit the high. Going to be selling the high of the day on that. Not yet. Man, I wish pound dollar would have gone like pound CAD did. Pound Aussie's holding the bottom of the range. Holding. See if that stays that way. Euro dollar got stopped out at break even. Good game. Still a short. It will be. Aussie. It's tempting. It's getting there. Tempting on Euro Aussie. We need to watch that. This is what I was saying. When that gets lower, it's going to be time to pay attention to that one. It's kind of getting there now. I'm going to try it on the hash. I'll put a pending order down there. Wrecked. Sorry. Sneezing in everybody's face. Very interesting on pound Aussie. I'm watching it. It's getting there. Close. Way down lower. I mean, it's pretty much there. take one. Put a pending order down there on the hash and see if it gets hit. Put a pending order there. If it goes lower, I'll take it. I'm looking to buy the low of the day on that. As wrecked. This CAD yen's way up at the top. Same thing. It's a stupid high. In the wicks right now. Sell into that until it goes down. And waiting for some stuff. Gosh. Aussie dollar again, going to get another shot at this higher, but not until it goes a little bit more. We need to look at the charts actually. See where these things are. Yeah, so weird move on the dollar. It's back, but look at what it did. You know, so second chance on the dollar here. Is that it? Aussie dollar, like I don't want to miss this. Yeah, it's what I'm willing to scale into it. Know what's likely to happen and what the dollar is doing. We actually hit the level on the dollar, so good. That's what I want. That's what I want to see. I just want to get back into all of that dollar stuff, really. Add a little bit higher if that goes a little bit more. Put a pending order up on the top of the day if for some reason it gets hit. Aussie CAD's already going. That was the best trade right there. Good stuff though. Getting a lot of opportunities. All of a sudden, things are going places. I'll watch that dollar. Probably shouldn't have had a break-even stop on euro dollar. Just get stopped out and turn around and go right back the other way. Yep. Stupid. Gold, same. Go turn around and go right back the other way. Pound Aussie looks great. Harder. Perfect. Pound CAD. Good game. CAD strong. I'm waiting for it to hit the low. I'm not messing with that. Just missed it. It's already happened. Pound yen's not yet. It will be a short. Not yet. Dollar, same situation. It's just not a long. Gosh, man, all those rejections on the dollar stuff. Dollar. This is nothing. Dollar yen, no trade there. Oil, waiting for that. That's going to be much better. That's pretty clear. Gonna be looking for a pullback on that a little bit more. All right, so here we go back down on gold. Really not a lot's changed. Man, silver, that nailed it. What's really changed here, to be honest? Dollar's coming back, screwing everybody is what it is. Gonna get everybody short dollar and then go and rip back to the other side. All right, so kind of missed some good entries, but back in the green. Good to go. Bot doing better. Looking good. Bot's got some good entries. Good game. Now wait for the right things to happen. Going to take some shots on some more trades. Here we go. I mean, here we go. Dollar. Let's go. Everybody's could be in the wrong direction. In the wrong direction here is what it feels like. what it looks like is happening, what's actually happening are two different things. Let's go. 1 second. Actually, get ready for this when this market opens. Got the market open in here in 5 minutes. Man, it's tempting to And away we go. Down a couple time frames. Put my pending order up here, just in case something crazy happens on that. Whatever. Cool with risking $6. Just in case we spike up on the open. I want to catch the NAS where that is. Yeah, good. Money, baby. Let's go. Everybody got finessed right there is exactly what happened. Go. Wait for the market to open and see how crazy this is going to be actually. Market open in here in 4 minutes. Wait and watch and see what the heck is about to happen here. Give me just a second. Be right back.
Euro Aussie. Entering position. Lob. Pound Aussie. Entering position. Lob. Dollar CAD. Entering position. Lob.
All right, back. Just enter the chat. All right, come on. Was they getting feedback or something? Probably. Yeah. So, pound Aussie. Man, did that not feel? Of course not. I've got one on it. Dadgummit. This is NASDAQ. Here. Actually, hold on a second. Wasn't looking at it on the YouTube screen. That down a little bit. Or make the other thing smaller. One of the two. Come on, baby, let's go. Gonna hit target. Getting there. Come on, Naz. Come on down, baby boy. Let's go. Hash mark. A little bit more. What's actually going? Gold. Gonna hit. Basically just almost everything is in profit. Most of it is by a small amount. That's kind of the idea. Come on. Let's close that week. Put in a red candle. See what happened here. See what we got. Put my ugly mug back on there for some people. For some reason, people like watching people. I don't know why. Never understood that, but whatever. Come on, S&P, good rejection. Bitcoin down. Come on, NASDAQ. I just need a couple more dollars. We can put in a red candle there. This may actually continue up. S&P had a really good rejection at a good spot. The dollar is doing what the dollar's doing. Eurowasi still looks good. I feel like this is going to be a thing right here. This one's going to creep away from us on pound Aussie. Come on. Almost the target. How's the funding challenge going with the bot? Up. I did take some manual trades, but it's a little both. But it's doing well. I haven't done anything. It's up $100 today. Coming off of yesterday afternoon's repositioning, I just turned it on and let it reposition. That's almost all of the bot. But yeah, it's going. It's moving. I'm up, 0.6%, a little more than 0.5% in the green. I think I only started on Thursday, so I'm up 0.5% in a couple of days. That's great, honestly, because I trade low risk. Oh, there's something right there. Just took some profits. Today, yeah. So it closed out $100 today basically, and it would have been more than that if I hadn't have been screwing with it. But yeah, doing good. And it's repositioned is what it is. Come on. There we go. Target, baby. Let's go. Target. Maybe. I have it on. Did it hit target? Oh my God, I still got it. I still got it set from yesterday's target.
5 minutes.
So we got to hit target here. Sweet. Gift. Got a little more. All right. Knock 'em dead, baby. Sweet.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Tell them profit is prime. Tell them about it. Tell them all about it. All right. Yeah. So next basket, target. 0.1% target. Time to go for the next one. Got to get a little more. Next, move the chains. Go to the next one. Get the first down. Go for the next one. But yeah, the bot's done really well actually the last couple days. I took some manual trades because the opportunity was just incredible. But the bot itself has been doing
NASDAQ.
well.
Entering position. Short.
So it's doing stuff right now. It's going to be all over the place for different reasons. I'm running 4 different strategies on multiple pairs simultaneously. So I'm kind of distributed across the whole market with 4 different strategies. And testing some things, testing a new strategy, testing a couple things. And then running some tried and true stuff that I know should be good to go in theory, as long as you leave it alone, low risk and let it go. But yeah, it's done well. Bot itself has been, it's doing what it does. Positions and knocks out scalps in the middle. And for this, at least this configuration, it's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. It's back in the green. I don't know. We'll stick with it. I haven't taken any manual trades other than a couple of micro lots, but today at least. I want to, when something looks good though, I'm going to take it. Crazy because I could run a much tighter profits target and like just take $10 just over and over and over and over and over and see how many times I could hit it. It's already about to go into profit again. Things are in a good spot today actually for the bot. Pound Aussie looks great. Man, probably should have taken that. But yeah, no, it's going well. I'm up. Up. I think I started Thursday, I think it was. So it's been about a week. I think it was Thursday when I actually started it. So, yeah, in the green. As long as you just keep moving the chains. See what happens. I'm just going to run it pretty low risk. I'm going to try to run it low risk. I did take a swing on a couple things the other day and got it on Pound Aussie. I wish I was still in it because it's going. It wasn't too crazy. I had like a lot and a half on Pound Aussie from the absolute lowest candle from the bottom. And that's why I took it, because the opportunity was so crazy. Yeah, the bot's back in the green. It's just like this. Like you could just close out. There's some more money right there or something. It's a dollar scalp probably. Yeah. $1.03 on dollar CAD. It's just going to take, small targets, and you could make it bigger targets than that. I've just got it set to take $1 on some, $2 on some, $5 on some, but running a distributed strategy. And if I just made like a $10 macro close, like if the whole net account gets $10 to just close out and reposition, and just see how many times you could hit $10 a day, it's just free money. And there's some days it's going to go out and go into a position where it won't be taking a lot, large targets. See, there's another $1, just like that. It's prints money. And if you run it that way, and you could take a $10 close here if I wanted to configure it to $10, it'll close all the trades at $10 profit, then go out and reposition and do it again. Go out to $10, boom, close them all. Go out to $10, boom, close them all, and just keep going and keep going and keep going, like it would be hitting target right now. There's another dollar. There's another one. You know, in these kind of market conditions, it's going to knock them out, just like that. While we're talking about it, you know, it's $3. Who doesn't want a free dollar? And people are like, oh, it's only $1. Okay, it's $1 I didn't have to work for. So, yeah, whatever you say, bro. See how many times they can do that in a week for free. So, yeah. Tempting. Here's what I may do. I'm gonna do something different. Do the low risk approach. If we get to $25 close, I'm gonna have it reposition at $25. Just take the $25 and then reposition something else. If it'll hit it, I'm sure it will. And just let it lock them out. There's another $1. Yeah, I mean, 25 here. We go. Tell me about it. Profit is prime. Maybe. Almost hit. It's got to go past swaps and commissions. There it goes. Bom, 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 bom. Winter Jack and dinner.
Euro Aussie. Entering position. Lob.
Murdering it. Tell us about it. It's closing positions and opening positions at the same time. What it's doing, it's repositioning. It's reconfiguring itself after hitting a percentage target or a dollar currency target in this case.
Open exposure profit target reached.
Tell me about it. Do it again. So that was a $25 close. So it repositioned, made $25, closed out. Now it's going to reposition, go out, make $25 and close out. I'll just leave it. $25 is about right for this level of exposure. So now today we're up to $127.94. So about $128 on the day. There you go. Back in gold here. Back the other way. Interesting. So yeah, it'll scalp out dollars, and then when it hits the target, it'll close out and reposition. So that's how the bot's going. Sure, we'll hear more about it as the day goes on. This is the good kind of day for the bot. All right, back to what we're doing. Dollar. So dollar did go long. Man, watching this pound Aussie too on a pullback. Man, I feel like got it closed out, but could have probably gotten a lot more out of that. Could have taken a little more risk on that as well. Just group side, like this pound Aussie makes a lot of sense. Euro Aussie makes a lot of sense. Look at it. Remember we were talking about all those? Look at Euro Aussie now. Gone. I mean, we were buying this here. Gone. Out of here. Not coming back. Pound Aussie, same thing. You bought it when it re-entered the range. We were long here. Dipped out just a little bit. Now I'm gone. Cheat codes. Dollar up. It screwed everybody on the open and now going back up. So look at Aussie dollar. You know, still in that. Actually took another position on this, but you know, the original trade today, you know, if you're staying in this, like we talked about, euro dollar, same. Pound dollar, same. Just another day of murder, death, kill. Pound dollar. That actually would have never been stopped out from the original. You know, it was kind of a fuzzy stop, but euro dollar group side well on the way. There's still more opportunity here too. I mean, trader's gonna trade. Pound yen still not what you want to be in here. Let's see. Yeah, man. Yeah, it was a good one. This ended up getting it today. Got those pips today, man. Yeah, good game. Good game. Daily target for sure. Yeah, good game. This ended up being relatively, you know, I'm not going to say trading's easy, and trading is not easy. It's very hard, but this was a smoother day. We just had to be patient a little bit. But we got it. It was about the decision making. Very good at the decision making process. Yeah, good game. Target. Got more to go too. Gonna wait for some pullbacks probably. There may be some things on the high of the day that could be interesting. That Aussie CAD was good. I know we were talking about Aussie CAD earlier. Let's see. Whatever happened with that. I know it was down quite a bit. Yeah, that was a good trade, man. I know we were talking about that earlier in the group this morning. That was a good one. Man. It was just, yeah, it was obvious. That was an obvious one. And this could go for a long time too. There's going to be many chances to get back into this on pullbacks. Whenever we get these pullbacks and rejections, we're going to be looking at that one for sure. That's one that you want to be looking at longer term. Yeah. Smooth. Love it. Love these kind of days. Killing it. Killing it. Like risk adjusted, like good luck finding a better spot. Good luck. Euro Aussie, whatever. Or euro dollar. Yeah, obviously waiting for that to come down. Just stay short. If it hadn't hit target, I would be back in it. And I'm looking to reposition actually. Because we still got volume. NASDAQ just absolute murder off of that short. Just killed it. Probably could have held that. That was probably the high of the week. Or if not close. Probably could have held that short, that pending order that, I mean, everybody got finessed. It's time to go back down. Big higher high. Yeah, looks good. So on a pullback, we may actually get back into this. Killed it. I mean, nothing to say. Just got it today. Put the money in the bag, lady. Nobody gets hurt. Oh, man. Do the thing so we can get the pips and get out of here. Put the money in the bag, lady. Aussie dollar. Still money. Not even close to the low. Nowhere close. See. This was a YouTube trade. Looking at least 60 pips. 60 to 80 pips on this one probably today, possibly, but probably want to take profit somewhere around that 40 pip mark down. Right in there, probably take profit. And then we'll see what's going to happen. There's a very high percentage chance that this line gets hit, at least. So it's very high probability that that level gets touched, and that's 55 pips from entry. So we'll watch that. That's gonna probably be a continuation. Euro dollar, if you were listening, that was a really good. God, man, right back to the center. I should have got back into that. I was just in the middle of closing stuff on the bot. It's a good day. Euro pound up. We talked about that. Euro pounds up from where we got in, way down here. Yeah, so right now I would probably pay very close attention to Euro Aussie and Pound Aussie. Euro Aussie specifically on a pullback. I'm going to be getting right back into that. Not even done. I already know what I want to do here. I'm going to wait for the right entry, and we'll talk about that when that happens. Pound Aussie, probably the same. Where are we strength wise? One second. What's going on here? Yeah, so the euro's gaining. That makes sense. CAD is gone. CAD to the moon, man. CAD yen and pound CAD, Aussie CAD, man, those were really good. That CAD was strong. And kind of missed that one, honestly.
15 minutes. 5 minutes.
Kind of missed the opportunity there earlier, but good game. Aussie CAD made a lot of sense, actually. That was one of the first things we talked about. Just even the higher time frame opportunity.
Euro CAD. Entering position. Lob.
Makes sense. See where and why. What strategy? Okay, yeah. It's a... Yeah. Smart grid. That makes sense. Just repositioning is what it is. It's going to take both a long and a short and then start managing. It'll counterbalance the lot size until it goes into profit is what it is. It's a money management strategy. It's a coin flip entry. It doesn't matter. It's random. It just takes both a long and a short, and whichever way price goes, it balances the lot size until it gets into profit. But it doesn't matter which way it goes. That's exactly what smart grid is. It doesn't matter. The entry, it means nothing. It's about the exit and the management. It's about the management of the positions itself. It just takes an equally weighted position in both directions, and it waits for the price to move, and it figures out which way it should balance the lot size, taking other positions until it gets into profit, closes out, and just continues to hedge its way in to open exposure. Basically, it gains equity. It's not meant to take profits. It's meant to gain equity. And what that does is it grows your surplus of positive equity so you can protect against drawdown against other strategies. That's why I'm running a combo here. I'm using smart grid because its only purpose is to gain equity. It's not meant to close profits. It's meant to grow a surplus of equity, if that makes sense. Positive equity. And so the other strategies, the mean reversion strategies, can afford to take a little bit of a drawdown because they tend to be a much more effective, like as far as profit taking. But sometimes it takes a few positions to go out. So we'll go into a little bit of a drawdown, but the smart grid will counteract that. It counterbalances the potential drawdown, but it has to go out in position first. So that's why you let it run for a couple days. And once it goes out in positions, then it has room to start moving. And that's the thing. Can take a little bit, can take a couple days sometimes because price has to move in and out of ranges. And, for this type of strategy, it's running a combo. I forget what all I was running on that. I know it was, so open reversion, signal reversion, range expansion. So it's trading range expansions. It's dynamically calculating where your range is, and it's taking the expansions of the ranges for mean reversions. Smart grid to capture equity. Open reversion, which is trading standard deviation of the weekly candle range. And signal reversion, which is the scalping strategy. It's trading signals based on candlestick patterns. So whenever it matches a candlestick pattern, it's trading like these little $1 scalps. So when you hear it cha-ching, those are candlestick patterns. That's what that is. Generally like spike lows and hammers and, what do they call it? blank there for a second. Morning stars and evening stars, those types of things. If you know what I'm talking, not that the name matters, but it's the price action that it represents. The idea is to take a position, and then when it goes up into a dollar profit, just bling, take it out. And the idea is to knock out as many dollars as you can. And it could be more than that. It could be $2, $5. Depends on the amount of risk that you're taking. Just to explain the strategy, what this configuration is doing. And there's just added a 20th strategy the other day, which is the standard deviation of a range channel on a weighted moving average. This thing. This murdered this on gold, actually. This had built up a whole bunch of stuff. I'm running a combination supply and demand, an automated supply and demand with a range channel. And this actually did pretty well. This was the highest performing strategy on that last set right here. Interesting. It was the highest performing by far, was gold running this setup right here, which, it is what it is. So NASDAQ was the one that had the biggest drawdown, but also had some of the best positions. It still probably would have played out. If the NASDAQ comes down, it would have been even better. But gold definitely got the best entries, and it was supply and demand mixed with this standard deviation channel, which is something I wouldn't normally do manually. That's not my kind of thing manually, but because of what it is, it makes sense algorithmically to filter out trades using that. It's one thing we were messing with the other day. Ended up working out. So no, back to what we're doing. Good game. Yeah, so at 127. So good. Did it, a little more than 0.1% today. That's a great day. That's a very fair way to run an algorithmic strategy, is to try to catch 0.1%, let it reposition, go to the next series. That kind of thing works. If your money management is right. You're not going to get into that, but yeah, let it go. And I did take some manual positions yesterday. I took pound Aussie. I positioned on the Aussie, so I had a lot of this profit was from that. But at the same time, the bot itself is running. I haven't really messed with it today at all. Been trading the other account manually. So I'm going to let this go, let it reposition. It'll go out and get positions, and then once it gets to $25, it'll close out and reposition, which is fine. Because I've already hit target, I'm going to reduce the risk and just let it go. Let it get to the next $25. See how we'll look at it tomorrow. We'll check it as the day goes on. I'm sure as the market starts to move, it'll get more positions. Euro dollar's looking like that's going to break the low again. There's still trades here. There's definitely still trades here on the day. That was pretty wrecked on the equities market. That a retest of that high could be a potential short again. It's a little bit dangerous to do it now, but there may be a trade there. Anyway, just to explain what was going on with the bot. Yeah, dollar CAD. Yes. I took a little shot at that one, but it was just a blowout on the low. I've been trying to buy into that actually all week, and it blew the low out. The crazy thing is that could have been, I kind of dropped the ball on that, not taking that on the challenge account, because that could have been the lowest low for a while. That could have been the low for a minute on dollar CAD. To break that consolidation low like that and an immediate slap back up, man, that, could have taken a shot on that one, put like a quarter lot on it or something a little bit bigger than normal and just take a shot at it because of where it went to. It went right to the cheat codes. We got the cheat codes to the market. So it's crazy. Your projected low of the day was here when London opened right here. We knew that this was your projected low of the day. We're just waiting for it. That is just, you know, sometimes it blows it out, but see what's going on here. Got the cheat codes. That was a perfect attempt. It was a perfect entry. See, oil, we talked about the short on oil, just didn't take it. Crazy. Yeah, right off the relative projected high in a bearish order block on a higher time frame. It makes sense. I mean, there's just, there were so many shots at stuff right there. You know, look at gold. There were so many chances. And it's not over yet either. You know, this is not even close. We're not even close. There's going to be plenty of shots at this. Plenty of chances to get in things like gold and all the Aussie stuff. Aussie CAD, Aussie dollar especially, Aussie CAD especially. Look at this. You know, this was from YouTube this morning. It did spike up a little bit, but it's the macro that matters on something like this. This could be, you know, a huge run here. Even today, you could be looking at 100 pips today on that, depending on what the dollar does. I would say by tomorrow, you know, it was definitely worth a shot. Every time this pulls back up, you're hitting it again. So the dollar held is what it was, which is crazy. It was a second shot at it. Second time was the charm on the dollar. Made sense. You know, so now we definitely want to have a bullish dollar bias here. That's the important thing moving forward for the rest of the day and possibly on into tomorrow. You know, we're going to wait for these things to pull back a little bit. And as they do, we'll reposition on them. There's still plenty of trades left. Left. Correct. But yeah, there's still plenty of trades. Ready to go. Correct. Maybe not. Showing everybody left. But yeah, dollar. Good game. This is the hour where you want to be active right now. Be looking for trades. Tends to be the highest volume hour of the day with the largest candles, with the largest moves. Also happens to be one of the main times during the day where you get lows and highs of the day. You know, this is when you want to start looking at stuff. Euro yen makes sense. A little bit higher. Not really a good entry. Probably going higher. Where's the yen? Euro yen maybe something. Not a fan. Weird because Euro yen looks bullish, but that I don't know about. Not sure about that one. Get that. Dollar still good. Solely for trading. What language you recommend? There's a very clear answer. And here's the caveat. There's a very clear answer. My first answer is Python because of the support and the amount of available libraries that are already out there. Now, I don't personally use Python. I use other stuff. Like I'm more into like C# and like I'm using MQL 4 and 5 ish for MetaTrader. And here's the caveat. Depends on, and here's the thing about programming period, not just programming for finance, but if you use the language for the project, and it's about, learn object-oriented programming, which is really what you need to understand to be a programmer period. Is how to use reusable objects. How do you take a function and apply that to a different project if you need to? You know, like there may be a function that calculates an average of something. You input, 2 numbers and it spits out, it returns the average of those 2 numbers, just as an example. And you can take that from, whatever this project, and you can reuse that code to another thing. And learning to think that way ahead of time. Object-oriented object-oriented programming approaches is what you need to understand. It's a huge thing in programming. But to answer the question, and there's a reason I say that, but to answer the question, honestly, it depends on and again, the caveat is important. What are you trying to do with it? What platform are you developing for? Are you going to be running stuff on MetaTrader? Are you going to be running stuff in CTrader, which may be C#? Are you going to be running like pandas in Python? That's another thing. You pick what you want to build first and learn that thing, which would be my honest answer from experience. And that's why I say, going back to object-oriented programming approaches, once you learn how to put the puzzle pieces together, the language doesn't matter as much. The syntax changes, like how you access a math function may be slightly different, but it's still the same approach. And how you structure your code is the same, whether it's Java or C# or C++, which is basically what MQL is. It's basically C++. It's C++ with some custom function calls. It's a restricted C++ with custom function calls, which is basically what MetaTrader is programmed in. But for other types of things, honestly, like Python is a very, very good way to learn to program to begin with. And there's a lot of good trading code out there. I haven't messed with it in a while, but just my honest answer, like if you were going to learn how to program, Python is a great way to start. And for finance too, there's already a lot of good examples out there. And that's why I would say that pick something with a lot of support, community support. Definitely Python would be a great way to go. And again, it depends on what you're trying to build. If you're trying to build a mobile app for Android, you might want to learn Java. If you're trying to build a Windows Forms application, Windows program, you probably want to learn C# or something like that, .NET. That's kind of what I'm saying. If you're trying to build a Python bot that connects to a crypto exchange, Python would probably be the right way to go. And it depends on what you want to do. You can do a lot of things in a lot of different programming languages. Like this app I'm developing is in C#. The risk manager, it's C# for Unity. It's a video game engine. Because I develop mobile apps. That's what I've been doing for the past 12, 13 years, is developing mobile games and apps. That's my other thing that I do. I just haven't been doing that as much lately because I trade more. But yeah, it's a fair question to ask, and it may help other people too. Definitely, if you're looking to learn to code for trading, probably Python would help. But if you're learning to run your code, if you
Aussie dollar entering position short.
Aussie dollar short makes sense. Maybe a little late, but okay, yeah, this is trading into something else. But yeah, it's trading the pullback. I know what it did there. That's a range strategy. But yeah, and here's the real answer. If you're trying to learn how to code a bot for MetaTrader, you want to use MQL, MetaTrader's version of their programming language. And because it's all kind of the same, you'll see that after you look at a bunch of stuff, it's like, oh, okay, this is just the same as C++, or this is the same as Java. It's just how you structure the function is just a little different, but the programming methodology is the same. That makes sense. But fair question. Definitely a fair question. Been at it for a long time. I've done stuff in a bunch of different languages. Like when I first started doing trading bots, I started for like Poloniex, like this crypto exchange, way back in the day. This was like 7 years ago now, something like that, crazy. But I was doing stuff in Java because I used Java all the time making Android apps. And I was like, all right, well, then I switched it in the middle of the project. Basically, I switched over to C# and I stayed there for a while. and it was building, you know, a scratch bot in C# that ran in a command line. It was a command line tool. And then I discovered MetaTrader and was like, wait a minute, like it's so much easier to backtest. You can backtest with it. So then I switched over to that and kind of stayed there. But, you know, now I kind of do stuff in both C# and MQL, basically. It's just what I personally use because those are the platforms that I'm developing for. I'm developing for MetaTrader, and also the C# covers everything else, Windows, and you can also do like the video game engines run C#. So, and it's basically the same. You'll look at a piece of code like, how do I do hello world, or how do I, you know, do this function, and you'll look in two different programming languages and they're basically identical. It's how they're structured that really matters, and that's that object-oriented approach. Yeah, definitely. Answer the question, Python will probably get you there faster. And if you're trying to learn to program for MetaTrader, you might as well just skip it all and just go right to MQL. Just use their version of C++, you know, program for that. Using Meta Editor for that. If you program in the language for the project, and what you'll find out after a while is it's all the same. It's all the same, with very, very slight differences. But it's not enough that it's like you're not learning a whole new thing by moving over to another programming language. Once you learn to code in one language, you can code in whatever language. It doesn't matter, except for assembly. Assembly is a different animal, but nobody uses that anymore anyway. For the most part, the modern object-oriented languages like C, Java, C#, even like things like Node.js and stuff like that, even web stuff, PHP, it's all the same. It's all the same. The function calls are slightly different, but the object-oriented approach and how you structure your code is the important part. How do you solve the problem? That is the hard part. Figure out what you need to do and you solve the problem, and then you got to figure out, you know, okay, so what platform am I building on? Is it going to be an iPhone app? Well, I need to do this in Swift or Objective-C. I guess I don't use Swift anymore probably, but you know, I need to, you know, there's going to be very slight differences. Yeah. Interesting topic. But yeah, learn to code in the thing that you want to build. You want to build a MetaTrader EA, start there. Oh, there's $1. Let's see. What was that? EuroCAD long, $1.10. Woohoo. Free money. Free money. So what do we do trading wise here? We got a big move there off the open. And at this point, we're kind of waiting for some pullbacks to do with some of the stuff. Waiting for some pullbacks to re-enter is probably what it's going to be. Going to be a thing right there. Dollar's still good. Kind of waiting on this stuff, really. Going to be looking for re-entries on the move. It's crazy because the entries we had earlier are probably going to still be good for the rest of the day, but hitting target is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Euro pound could still be a thing. Yeah, you know, it's a fair thing to think about. I know a lot of people, you know, wonder about those kind of things. You know, it's a good thing to learn. You know, to just learn how it works, because it teaches you other things. Programming is great, even if that's not going to be your career. If you learn how to solve the problems, it changes the way you think. Honestly, it completely changes the way you think. Even if that's not what you're going to do in your job, it's a good thing to at least understand it, because it changes your thought process. It makes you see things in a different way. Because you're like, oh, okay, like I know how to solve this problem, even if it's a problem in real life. It's like, okay, you know, I know how I would go about finding the answer to this problem. You know, programming is good, but it can be time consuming. It's not for everyone. It's not for everybody. I'll be the first one to tell you that. It's not easy. It's much easier now than it used to be. There are a lot of tools available, and a lot of, as time goes on, there's a huge repository of information, of things that have already been done. And you can look at something that somebody who's already solved the problem that you're trying to do in coding and say, okay, all right, so this is how they did it. This is how I should do this. And you change it, to fit your need. There's already so much code out there, things like GitHub and stuff like that, that, you figure out how someone else solved a very similar problem and you apply that methodology to the problem that you're trying to solve. And it's much easier now than it used to be. So basically, right. This one. Yeah. Yep. Right. And that's the crazy thing is, even in like engineering and things like that, there's so many things that run like Python libraries and stuff like that. And that's why I say the quick answer off the top of my head would be Python, because of the proliferation of it. It's so relevant. Like there's so many things like you're talking about. There's so many other places that use it for things. It's very well supported. And there's so much code out there that people just use it. It's one of the things where it's the most popular thing, so everybody uses it. It's that kind of thing. It used to be a very simple programming language, but it's gotten a lot better. There's a lot of libraries out there. It's not going anywhere. Python will be around forever, just because of how much community support there is for it. And that's why people use it, is because there's so much stuff out there. It's a good place to start. I don't really like there's some things about Python I don't like. I don't like the indentation where you have to indent your, like if you're running a function, like you have to indent it out a certain amount of spaces in order for the code to run. And it can be a pain in the butt, but once you learn that, it teaches you, some other things about how to structure your code. And I think that's another reason why it's good for, people who are learning, is because it teaches you some things the right way the first time, but it can be a hassle. I'll be the first one to tell you. I'm not a super fan. I'm more of a C kind of structure guy, but yeah, Python can be, it's very good. It used to be like a scripting language, like a very small kind of deal thing, and it's gotten much better over the years. Speaking of much better, Euro Aussie's looking much better here. I have to give this another shot. I'm out. Thingamajigger. Weird conversation, but relevant. I'm more on the quant side of things, so. I didn't have a finance start or anything. Like, I'm a tech guy. I'm a career tech, actually. For the people who don't, probably told the story a million times, but I'm coming out of cybersecurity. That was my career path. I was an InfoSec analyst for a long time, and coming out directly out of tech and computer networking and those types of things. Gosh, the dog's barking. And programming. I've been coding for many, many years. That Euro Aussie looked good. It's looking like it's maybe getting close. Yeah, exactly. Here comes ChatGPT to take everybody's jobs. And I mean everybody's jobs. Yeah, the GPT, machine learning is going to be a problem for a lot of people. Elon's right. It is dangerous for certain people. I just watched a news article yesterday, or watched a news blurb. I think it was, I forget which, it was one of the major news things. I am gonna take a small entry here, see if it holds low, and if it breaks low, I'm gonna take a bigger one. God, the dog. So at this point, they just had a thing. I think it was Wharton School of Business. Chat GPT has now passed the bar, the legal bar to be a lawyer. It's now passed it. It had a passing score on one of the state bar exams. He took a bunch of PDFs and put them to just put the text into Chat GPT and said, take this test. He just put the bar exam in, and Chat GPT has now passed the bar for a state to be a lawyer. It also passed some medical licenses. It passed an MBA program. People, like these universities are they're putting their tests on it, and they're like throwing their hands up. They're like, well, why do we exist anymore? Why do people need to go to school? Like, what do we do? They're fighting it. They're fighting hard. The universities are fighting AI right now. They're like, we can't know whether our students use this to write their essay, to write their master's thesis. We don't know if they did. They're investing heavily in anti-AI technology and like AI detection to know whether or not someone used AI to write their paper, and that's impossible. The CEO of OpenAI of ChatGPT came out and said it's impossible. You're fighting the wrong fight. There's not going to be a way for you to determine whether or not it was used with. Yeah, here's the dog. You can't determine whether or not an AI wrote this or not. It's to the point now.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Log.
It makes sense. It's going to take a bounce. But yeah, I find the story, this crazy story. I think it was Wharton School of Business. ChatGPT passed a master's program in economics and business. The final exam and basically, it passed a master's exam final to get your master's. Finally, it did it. And it's passed multiple things to get medical license. I think it was a PA program to be a physician's assistant. It passed the exam. It's, we're in a different world. We're in a different world now. Universities are, do you need to go to college anymore? Chat GPT can tell you everything you need to know. It can teach you anything. And universities are fighting this tooth and nail. Like they know that they're on the way out. There's no reason to be going to a university anymore. It's right on your phone. You have a university on your phone now. You already did with Google and YouTube and all that, but now you can just tell ChatGPT, you say, give me a 10 lesson, create me a lesson in 10 parts on how to learn to be a programmer. And it will go, sure, I can do that. And it'll be perfect. We're in a different world now. There's no reason for a university to exist, and they know it, and they're fighting it. They're fighting it hard, because they're scared to death. They're like, this thing just passed the final exam. So then you have to ask yourself the very real question of, as a student, should I pay $40,000 a year to this university if this thing can pass it and I can just ask this what the answer is? The world is changing. I mean, the world is changing. Look at what Boston Dynamics just put out. Did you see that new Boston Dynamics demo that they just put out a couple days ago? Where it's like a construction worker robot, and it grabs the tools and builds a little bridge and takes it up to the worker on the scaffolding and throws his tool bag to him. He's like, hey, grab me my tools. You don't need a human to do that anymore. Have you seen that? Like, that's wild. It's wild. Like, between that and AI, like, we're in a very different world here where there are hundreds of millions of jobs that will be gone. There's no reason for them to exist. There's no reason. It's crazy. Like, that alone is wild. That new Boston Dynamics video they just put out the other day. This is absolutely ridiculous. I mean, it just shows you, like, you don't need. There's another $1. Some types of workers are just not necessary anymore. You got a construction worker and it's like, hey, I need my tools. Grab them for me.
I forgot my tools again.
This is ridiculous, actually. Completely crazy. It's like, hey, grab my tools. So or long, you'll have an army of those things on a construction site and 2 computer guys instead of a construction crew. Watch what happens. I'm telling you. Grabs a tool, builds a bridge to get across, grabs the tools, takes them up the scaffolding to the dude. There's a whole video about this, about how they made it too. They show it, like all the testing and how many times it failed and all. There's a really good video on the testing and how the making of this. Like, it looks fake, but it's not. It's not. Like, we're there. Like, we're there. We're there. Hey, go grab me my tools instead of paying a dude, you know, $10 an hour, wanting $20 minimum wage. We'll just buy a couple of those robots and have a self-driving truck that goes out to the job site. They get out and do the stuff, load themselves up, and self-driving truck goes back to the warehouse. Yeah, I mean, it's the making of that video is actually interesting too. About all it's actually really good. You know, so we're to that point, like, right? It's a marketing gimmick, but the point is, right? Well, that's the point. They're trying to sell it to investors, but if you watch the making of that video, you might change your mind about it. It's legit. Yeah, it looks fake, but the point is here's the point. In 5 to 10 years, it's not a marketing gimmick. People probably thought that about AI, and now look what's happening. People are losing their jobs. There's no reason to be a receptionist anymore that answered the phone. There's no reason to be tech support sometimes that says, okay, let me find the right person for you, and, you know, let me put you over to let me transfer you to that department. There's no reason for that person's job anymore. And I bet they thought it was a marketing gimmick too at first. But, you know, all of a sudden when those jobs slowly start going away, because one person plus AI can do the jobs of 10 people, especially if it's a clerical type of thing, like an accountant. Do you really need to, would you want to go to school to be an accountant right now? Would you want to pay $100,000 or $50,000 to go to university to be an accountant? Think about it. It's not a job that's necessary. Not anymore. You know, but that's what I'm saying. In 5 to 10 years from now, it might be a very different story. And that's the point, is it's showing you what is coming. You know, 10 years from now, you know, there'll be self-driving trucks that go out to the job site, build a house by itself, load themselves up in a self-driving truck, come back. You know, there may be a computer guy out there to make sure that, you know, it's an electrical engineer, a mechanical and electrical engineer out there instead of a construction crew. You don't think that's going to happen? That's just one industry. Yeah, this is one of those situations where be careful what you wish for, because we talked about this in the group quite a bit the last little bit. Gold, banger, son, banger, caught the top. Yeah, if I would have stayed in that, you know, there's a 1% move out of gold. But you know, think about it. You know what's coming down the line, and that's what it's about. That's what Boston Dynamics is about. They're showing what's coming, and they're getting all those contracts, and they're finding use cases, and it's getting better. It's getting better and better and better and better. Like, you should watch the making of that video where it explains the AI and how they use the cameras to plot points in 3D space, so it determines where to grab the bag and how to grab the bag in order, you know, to not damage what's inside of it. Like, it is advanced. Like, it is not nothing. Like, it is seriously advanced technology. You know, and you're going to see it on the battlefield. You're going to see it on construction sites. You know, you're going to see all kind of stuff. Where it's dangerous to do something for a human, like send that thing into a fire to, you know, to put out the fire instead of a human firefighter. Think about it. You know, put the right heat shielding and protection on those things. You send that into the building instead, where it's too dangerous for a human. You know, that's the kind of stuff that's going to happen. Yeah, look at gold. Yeah, that's actually interesting, Tim. A lot of that's BS, but Testing it, yeah, it may show some good tests, but let's see it. Let's see it in real life, and that's the thing. But can you use it to write code faster? Absolutely. I use it every day. I've been using it. I'm doing other stuff in AI that, we'll get into it another time. I've been messing with it to write test cases and stuff like that. Just quickly, it makes things happen quicker. It doesn't do it for you. Not yet. It will, probably, but not yet. Still got to know how to talk to it and how to get the right output from it. But eventually, I'm worried about it even. I think that I would be the last to go as a programmer, but nope. Code's writing itself now. Think about what it's going to be like in 10 years. So we're going to have to adapt as humans. Like, there's a lot of people that are going to have to adapt. Like, if your job is to answer the phone or to take orders at the window at McDonald's. I mean, McDonald's just unveiled their first fully automated careful. They just unveiled their first fully automated location. So, we do allow free speech here, but careful with my friends. I'm all for free speech, but so we're getting some movement here anyway. But yeah, it's coming. Look at what's going on in like grocery stores and Walmart and stuff. It's all self-checkout now. Before too long, and we talk about this a lot, it's already happening before too long. And when you go to McDonald's, instead of 10 teenagers in there throwing fries at each other, potentially getting workman's comp claims, there'll be 2 robotic arms and a tech guy. That's it. There'll be AI that takes your order, or from an app. You just go on the app. That's why they're pushing that stuff so hard, because they're going to be letting all those employees go. There's going to be a wave of people losing their jobs, and there's going to be a wave of people who have nothing to offer, nothing to do. This is happening. Like, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like, it's happening now. It's already happening. What do you think is going to happen in 10 years? Euro Aussie's a trade. Don't miss it. Probably the best trade of the day that hasn't happened yet is Euro Aussie. Pound Aussie looks good too. It's already happening. People are losing their jobs. People are, we're just talking to people in the group saying that, their jobs are urging them to use AI as a tool. And when people start getting good at it and they start becoming much more productive, then they're going to shrink that workforce a little bit, because why pay people? It's going to be more profit for companies and less jobs for people is what it's going to be. The people who adapt to it are going to become much more productive. They'll be better employees. They'll be much more productive. So don't miss it is the thing. Don't miss the opportunity to use it as a tool. There's going to be an explosion of using it as a tool. It'll be integrated in everything. It'll be in whatever your job is, that there will be an AI assistant. It's already coming. It's already happening. If you're a tech support, there'll be an AI assistant to help you look up information quickly. If you're a pharmacist, there'll be an AI assistant that'll do it for you. If I need to know what the dosage is on this medication, there's no reason for a human to look that up. There's just not. Normally say, okay, let me check Google, let me check the computer, and starts typing stuff. Okay, it's this, and there's no reason for a human to do any of that anymore. We're already there. And that's the thing, is when is the breaking point where everybody starts to lose their jobs? It is happening. It's not a maybe. It's already happening. Their business is already getting ready for it, for the structural change that's coming, especially administrative positions, any kind of things that are based on rules. Any kind of administrative position, or answering phones and stuff like that. even warehouse stuff. Like there's between robotics and AI, the world's changing. It's happening. It is happening. So it's going to be one of those things where we got to adapt to it. We all know it's coming. Just as a programmer, like looking at what it can already do, it's scary. It's scary. It's faster and better, more accurate, more efficient than humans could ever be in certain tasks. And that's the thing, it's certain tasks. But as it gets better over the next few years, there's going to be a point where there's a lot of businesses are going to have to ask themselves some very difficult questions. Should we really have a customer service department? Do we need it? Do we need the entire department? Entire classes of workers are going to go away. Do we really need a receptionist paid, minimum wage and paying bonuses and, dental plans and health insurance? Do we need them? Or do we just, this one piece of software does the job of an entire department, plus the receptionist, plus the whatever? Do we really need this? And this is the thing where humans are about to go through a very, very difficult time. A very difficult time. The global society of workers, there is a very bumpy transition that's coming. It's going to be a rough ride. There's going to be a generation where they're going to have, all of the sudden, there has to be a switchover. All the people going to college to be an accountant, all of the people going to college to whatever, be a pharmacist. No, there's no reason to have them anymore. There's going to be a transition where their thing that they have chosen to do with their life is no longer relevant. A programmer, possibly. If you're going to school to be a programmer, there's a very good possibility that sometime in your lifetime, you are not going to have a skill to offer society. Now, what do all of those people do? And then you have to ask yourself some very dark questions of, if there's no purpose for all of these people, why do we have all of these people? And there are some very dark things that could potentially happen in the very near future in our lifetimes. We're there. We are there in our lifetime. We're there. We're at the singularity. We're there. Can be some very difficult questions that humans are going to have to ask themselves. So whatever. It's an interesting thought experiment, at least. It's not today, but it's here. Right. Well, that's the point, KJ. That it's a conjecture there. It's a what if. That's kind of the thing, though. That's the whole point. Who's going to consume the products and who's going to pay for businesses to do things. Right. And that's kind of what I'm saying. What do we need all those people? What happens? What happens? You don't think that businesses are going to choose profits, and they're going to try to find a balance? There's going to be a balance somewhere. Now, where do you fit in? And that's kind of what I mean. There are going to be some jobs that will carry more weight, and it's going to change. I bet things are going to shift. Things are going to shift. That is the question, and that is the question. And we've talked about this before, is who pays for things if they can't work? How do they buy products? And what we've talked about on the group side is, are we heading for a place in the world where everyone is on a social welfare program? Everything is provided for us. And there is no more commerce as we know it. There is no more jobs as we know it. There won't be a reason to be. If robotics and AI can go till the fields and harvest corn and all of that stuff for us, and we don't need workers to do that, we also probably don't need people to buy it either. And that's the thing, is all of this going away? Is the entire idea of at least the workforce and commerce as we know it, is it going to change? And that's the thing, is you say, well, nobody's going to buy the products, but will you need to buy the products? It could all be so efficient that we don't need to pay for those things. And that's it could just be done, as a society. Do we all put in just a little bit somehow, or trade our labor or something? Like, what do you do? And that's the whole point. Is there a need for the people? You have to ask yourself those dark questions. Is there a need for the population to be what it is in 50 to 100 years in the future? If robotics and AI is going to do everything for us, and it will, a lot of people are going to be pushed out, right? There's going to be a large percentage of the population that's not going to have a use case. They're not going to have a purpose. They're not going to have a skill to offer, right? So then what do they do? Is it going to be Ready Player One, where everybody sits around in the metaverse and plays video games all day? What else are we going to do? How do you survive? Well, is there going to be a need to work to buy things? Something's going to, like, the entire thing is going to change. The whole thing has to change. The whole relationship between workforce and commerce, the selling of goods and services. Is there going to be a need to sell someone, whatever? Are the prices going to need to be high to pay their workers if a robot can do the job of 20 people in a field? It's a very real thought experiment that we're all going to have at some point. We're going to have this understanding and this thought of, wait a minute, if we don't have anything to offer, if there are entire classes of workers that have nothing to offer, that robots can do more efficiently, safer, cheaper for the business itself, then what happens? Do the businesses' prices come down? They just don't have workers, but they also don't need to charge as much because they don't have a bunch of people. Is a loaf of bread going to cost 5 cents because it only cost that much, 2 cents for the robot to do it on aggregate? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, think about the other side of it. There's no reason to have high prices either if they don't have to pay for all the overhead for employees and all that stuff. Like, the whole thing is going to have to change, is what I'm saying. And how we don't know where the balance is. There's going to be a balance somewhere, but the likely thing that's going to happen is a lot of people are going to lose their jobs, and the prices of everything are going to come down to almost nothing compared to what they are now. Because there won't be a need to have those crazy prices and profits. And that's the thing is, what happens to markets, what happens to corporations, what happens to profits. It's all going to have to balance to some degree. There will be a time where robotics and AI, the mixture of those two things, do the majority of the jobs that humans have traditionally done. It is happening. It's already happening. We're entering that phase. We're entering that next age, the age of automation and robotics. We're there. And what happens? And then you have to ask the same question of who buys the stuff? Well, is there a need for the stuff to be bought in the first place? If a robot can do all that crap that a human would do for free without any workman's comp claims, without any danger, do we need to pay for it? You know what I mean? Like, if it can just do it, we build a robot one time and it does the job of 100 people, the prices come down by a factor of 100 too. And that's the thing, is where's the balance? There's no reason to charge all that money. So there's no reason to have all those profits. There's no reason to have the cost of things be as high as they are. So where's the balance? And are there going to be entire classes of things that would just be provided to us in the future? We're talking about, 100 years from now. Is there going to be a need to pay for food anymore? Is there going to be a need to pay for clothes anymore? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I mean. Maybe housing could just be provided to us because a person didn't have to work hard for that. Something just did it automatically. So why would you pay for it? Are we entering just a very different world? It's like a utopian society where everything is just provided to us, and how much stuff we have is based on our social score social credit, like Black Mirror. Think about it. You know, how nice we are to other people is the thing that really matters. And because we don't have anything to offer that can't be done by robots and AI, it's a very real thing. It's a crazy thought experiment, but there's some reality to it. It's coming. You know, and that's a very good question. Who buys the stuff? If the workers don't have a job, then you got to ask the question is, do you need to buy the stuff? If there's no need for workers, is there a need to pay for the stuff, at least in the current prices? You know, are we talking about like a 90% reduction in prices of things because it's all being automated anyway? Because you have a 90%, you know, a 900% increase in productivity. You know, if your job is to make a TV in a factory, you're taking the screen and putting it into a TV and putting the screws in, and wait till all of that's automated. There will be no reason for a TV to cost $500. It'll be $25 for a big screen TV because that's what it costs. Like, you know, and then that's going to have to adjust. The prices are obviously going to have to adjust, and there's going to be a very rough period where some people are going to get screwed. There's a generation that's going to get screwed. It could be ours.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Log.
Possible. You know, there's going to be a time where some generation's going to get screwed and be like, oh man, you know how much my car payment used to be? You know how much rent I paid, you know, I worked my fingers to the bone to pay rent. And now these kids these days, you know, by the time we're grandparents' age or something, you know, these kids these days just get it. You know, the robots just build them a house for free. You know, what if life's like that? Could be. It's probably where we're heading. Probably. You know, some generation's going to get screwed as we get technological advances. It's an interesting thing to think about, honestly. Euro dollar just killed this today. Murder. Waiting for some things to get to a point where they may pull back, but not much to do. Yeah, I mean, but think about it. You know, true. You know, what if the cost of gathering the materials changes? It goes so far down because it's all being automated, and there's no workman comp there's no insurance needed. You know, think about the cost of things going down because the productivity is so much higher. You know, it's crazy to think about, you know, and that's probably what the adjustment's going to be, but there'll be a balance. And what does that do to corporate profits? Like, it's not going to be the same as it ever was. We could be in a golden age of corporate profits where it's just not the same, but you know, maybe it'll be relative with prices coming down. And that's the thing, is somebody somewhere is going to get screwed. There has to be a switchover. There's always a point where it goes from one side to the other, and some side's going to get screwed. You know, but it's crazy to think about. Actually, it's an interesting thing, and the conversation is relevant because we're there. We're there now. I guarantee you that we could probably, in a few minutes, we could probably find 10 jobs that are completely obsolete today because of Chat GPT. Today. Right now, there's no need for a lot of people already today. If your job is to say, hi, welcome to McDonald's, may I take your order? And they say, okay, I'd like a large Coke and, you know, a Big Mac and a fries. They say, okay, is that all? And they punch a couple buttons on the screen. Is that person's job necessary? Not picking on that job. Not picking on it, but is it necessary today? Is that required that a human does that? If your job is to answer the phone at the law firm and say, hi, welcome to, you know, Catania law firm, Morgan & Morgan, you know, how may I direct your call? And they say, you know, is whatever in, you know, is Bob in today? I need to speak to Bob. And they say, okay, hold on one second. Let me see if he's there. Put you on hold. Is that person's job necessary today? Think about what I'm saying. Where's the switchover? Think about an accountant. You go into H&R Block to get your taxes done. And they say, okay, you know, what was your return for this year? And you say, okay, well, here's my whatever. my W-2. And they say, okay, and they look at it and they punch some numbers in on the computer. They say, all right, here's your return. Is that person's job necessary today? Think about what I'm saying. Today, that job is obsolete. If your job is to grade papers on a second grade math quiz, that job might not even be necessary today. If your job is to teach people how to use a chop saw in shop class, that job might not even be necessary. If your job is a math teacher, your job required today? I mean, the list is infinite at this point. You think about what I'm saying. Think about what I'm saying. Go on ChatGPT and play. If you've never played with it, go sign up for it. You'll lose yourself. You're done. You will see the world in a different way. If you have not played with it yet, you will see the world. You will be a different person tomorrow. If you haven't messed with it yet, go play with ChatGPT. If you haven't yet, you will be a different person tomorrow. You will see the world in a different way. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. You will have a very different outlook by tomorrow morning. You won't be able to sleep tonight. It's like that. You won't be able to sleep tonight messing with it if you've never touched it before. So, like that, there's a good example. If you're an artist, if your job is to draw, cartoon characters for mobile apps or for, some whatever, if you do art for logos, a business logo, you don't have a job anymore. Your job is already obsolete. You're done. You're done. AI is infinitely better and faster, more efficient, cheaper, free. It's free. It's free to get incredible art and design and blog posts. If your job is to write blog posts about the food industry, your job is already gone. It's already gone. And that's the point. There's going to be a rough transition. So anyway, if you haven't messed with it, you should check it out. It'll change the way that you see the world. It is an aha moment when you actually realize absolutely how powerful it actually is. Like, it is an aha moment. You'd say, write me a 10-step business plan to become a millionaire. Sure, I can do that. I'm telling you, it will change you. It will change everything when you learn how to harness that. Crazy. And wait until the next generation comes out. The next generation of training that's coming. GPT-4 is going to be even more advanced. Wait till it has the ability to also use the internet. Currently, that's not available. It's coming. When it can look up statistical information, say, tell me how many times Tom Brady threw a 50+ yard pass in the rain between the hours of 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. on a Thursday night. It'll go, sure, I can do that. It was 27 times in his career. What do we need people for? What do we need all these jobs for? I'm telling you, go mess with it and you're going to be like, whoa, wait a minute. You realize how scary it actually is. I wish I would have stayed in this gold trade. You know what's actually funny? Someone trained an AI model on 4chan. They took years worth of 4chan posts to train the language model, and it actually turned out to be more accurate than one of the other one. One of the big ones is actually really funny. There's a funny YouTube video about it. Somebody trained an AI model on the 4chan posts from like the last 10 years or something like that. And it actually ended up being pretty crazy. It was performing higher than some of the others, which is really weird. But that was probably kind of a funny video. But yeah, you know, I've been looking into it, messing with stuff for a little bit. But yeah, I'm doing a couple things trading related. Now's the time to use it to your advantage. Pound yen. Still, I think this is going to be a short. It hasn't happened yet. Pound yen is a maybe. Yeah, it can be. Well, there's so much. It's getting hit. It's so popular right now. They're probably getting 1 billion hits a day on the thing. They're going to need to upgrade their infrastructure, but Microsoft invested in it billions. Microsoft basically gave ChatGPT a blank check and said, "We will give you all the money you want." And Microsoft is kind of trying to take it over, is what's going on. They're giving them unlimited resources for infrastructure. So Microsoft is the largest investor now, all of a sudden. And you got to remember, this is only 2 months old. It's 2 months old. 2 months. That's it. 2 months. It's only 2 months old. And you know, Microsoft has stepped in and they've given them a blank check, basically. They're the largest investor. And you're going to see it everywhere. Every single program, everything. TradingView, we're going to get on here a year from now, and it'll be, you know, a new AI assistant, you know, and there'll be a little AI assistant button over here that you click, and you can ask it questions about, you know, what happened in the last 200 days on this and that. Watch. Is that Fabi? Hey, what's going on?
Yes. Hey, buddy. Feeling better?
Yeah. Man, I had a weird night last night, man. I had a crazy headache last night. Couldn't sleep.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling good also last night, so I was here, but headache and dizziness, the same thing.
That's interesting. Yeah, I was crushed last night. I had to get up in the middle of the night and take some ibuprofen, which I never do. I never take medications like that if I can't, if I can avoid
it. The flu. My mom has flu for like 5 days already. She's in bed, really sick.
No,
Taking her to the hospital probably later today because, you know, just getting worse.
I'm sorry to hear that, man.
Yeah. Don't forget the quantum computers.
Right. Yeah. True. Yep. Yeah, and that's again same. That's another thing. That's another thing. Quantum computing. You know, we're at this point where, yeah, we're in a massive point here in our human history as development as humans. Like, we're at a very crazy time right now. We're in a technological explosion where all of this technology all of a sudden is making development of things happen so much faster, where there's an exponential growth in technological development right now that's happening over the last 20 years. We're in a window of time here and we're in the heat of it right now, especially with artificial intelligence, and quantum computing is another thing. You know, where we have unlimited processing power, basically. You know, so
you know that Homo sapiens, you know, like drawing, you know, like from the monkey and the man walking.
Right.
Yeah.
It's just turning into wires and computer keyboards is the next step.
The next drawing is going to be AI and robots.
Right. It's just going to be a robot.
It's going to be just infinite, you know, sign. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, you know, it's just a fun thought experiment but you know, we're in, and it's about the realization, the concrete realization that we are in a period in our human history where things are changing so fast that it's hard to keep up with. We're in just an exponential growth curve in our development and just understanding of everything, and the technological advancement. It's going to be hard to keep up with. It's going to be a very rocky transition. A lot of people are going to be left behind. A lot of people will. A lot of certain, even entire classes of workers especially, are going to be left behind. There's going to be a generation that there's going to be people who are going to college right now to do things, to learn to do things that are not going to be relevant in 5 years. It is the truth. I'm sorry. It's harsh, but there are a lot of people right now going to college and paying a lot of money to go to college to learn things that won't be necessary in 5 years. And there's going to be a very rough transition right now. And we got to, as a society, a global society, every country on the world is affected by this. Doesn't matter where you are. We're going to have to get through this situation. Like, this is a crazy thing that's happening right now. For real. There is a very wild time coming over the next 5 years or so where there's going to be some very real questions. It's going to get into politics. We were talking about this the other day. AI is going to be a key issue in presidential races. There are going to be one political party is going to choose AI. The other is going to choose not AI. It's going to be a huge fight. There could be wars fought over it. One country may say, get your AI out of our country. And this other country may say, you know, the world needs this AI. And, you know, telling you, like, it changes everything. This is the biggest thing in human history. So far it is. And people just don't see it yet. But it is. It's the biggest thing that's ever happened. It's much bigger than the internet itself, but the internet is part of the reason that it became. You know, the instant sharing of information across borders, just instantly, you can share information and find any piece of information already. Think about like our parents' age and our grandparents' age. They didn't have all that. You know, they couldn't just ask Google, you know, how many cups are in a pint. And it just, here's your answer. You know, they have to go to the Encyclopedia Britannica and get out and look in the glossary and try to find, you know, what page is this on, and then flip to the page and try to figure out, okay, how many cups are in a pint, you know, whatever. And look, it might take them 5 minutes to figure it out. Say, bloop, hey, Google, how many cups are in a pint? There are, you know what I'm saying? Like instant. And it's the instant sharing of information, sharing images and video. Look at YouTube. What that's done to people learning things. If you want to learn how to be a woodworker 30 years ago, even, you would have to ask a woodworker. He would have to show you. Now you go on YouTube and there's thousands of videos on woodworking. Thousands. The internet has changed things. It's changed. It was one of those steps that was a rapid development in our technological advancement. It was a stepping stone to allow the rapid development. It made things faster, right? Made everything quicker. It made people more productive. Google, right? Whatever, YouTube, learning how to do things, whatever, Google it. You know, it's a thing. People just say, Google it. I don't know how to do that. Google it. I don't know who said, you know, who did this thing and whatever. Who was that guy that did this thing and, you know, back in the 70s? I don't know. Google it. Instant information, just like that. It's become a thing. You know, and that was a stepping stone to rapidly increase our understanding and our ability to process information and things like that. Now we're on another one of those steps, which is artificial intelligence, where it starts to do it for you. And to the point where it can make its own decisions that affect you. That is where the dangerous part is. When it can make its own decisions that start affecting you and your life. And things like politics or whatever, some decision making, that's decisions that are made for everyone. Like, you know, should we, you know, what do we do with the water system in this town? You know, should we do this or that? Those things that affect everyone. When those types of decisions are left up to artificial intelligence, then there's going to be fights over it. And it probably is already happening. It is already happening. You know, look at things that are happening in China. They're arguably far ahead of the rest of the world in these kind of things. You know, when they start making decisions for everyone else, and those decisions are made by artificial intelligence and not a human, there could be mistakes that could be made. It could make decisions that might not be good for some people, might not be socially fair. I could see a scenario where, you know, they might say, And an artificial intelligence system might look at the total population and be like, things could run a lot more efficiently if there were just no more construction workers. Let's just get rid of construction workers. Shuts off construction workers' jobs. No more construction workers, because it would be more efficient for us as AI to do this ourselves. Or if there was no more, be like looking at, this political party is, we've run all the analytics globally, and this ideology, this political ideology causes more harm than the other. So we're just going to get rid of that one. When those types of decisions start being made by artificial intelligence, there's going to be uprisings. Wait till all the construction workers' jobs get shut down, just using that as an example, because it's one that's likely to go away eventually. Wait till truck drivers, right? People that drive goods and products, food to grocery stores from warehouses. Wait till those self-driving trucks come along, and there's no reason for there to be a person driving that truck. You're going to see the truck drivers out there standing outside of these tech companies with signs and say, we want our jobs, stop the AI, stop. You're going to turn on the news, and there's going to be truck drivers and having protests standing outside of these tech companies saying, stop the AI, they're taking our jobs. They took our jobs. Watch. It's coming. We're talking about 3 to 5 years away. 3 to 5 years away from that. And then what happens? Then when the companies say no, watch there be bombings and stuff. Okay, yeah, well, the truck drivers get together and they burn down the building of the tech company that produces the robots. You don't think that's coming? People are going to have to choose. And there's going to be a rough period. We're talking about 3 to 10 years away from literally those kinds of things happening. It's happening fast. It's happening quickly. We'll say 5 to 10 years from now. You're going to turn on the news, and it's going to be an AI. There's not going to be a need for a human media correspondent. It'll be some artificial AI that looks like a human, talks like a human, but it's not a real person. You'll be going to the first movie where there's no real people acting. It looks like real people, but it's not. They're just AI generated, photorealistic human. The first artificial person actor that wins an award that isn't a real person. It wins the Golden Globe for whatever show, and it's not a real person. Watch. Think there's going to be uprisings? We're in a very crazy time. Anyway, enough about that. It's an interesting conversation, though, because of how powerful it actually is. It is an interesting conversation. So I think the point is stay with the times and don't get left behind. There's going to be times in our lifetime where people are going to get left behind. Large groups of people are going to be left behind. It is coming. It is a fact. It's a fact. Come on, you're Aussie. Jesus, dude. I'm waiting on this thing. Should have stayed in that pound Aussie yesterday. I had the craziest entry on this, man. Kicking myself now. But it's all right. I knew it. I was long here. Lol. 1.5 lots long right there. It just doesn't get better than that. And I had the size on it. Had the size on that trade. Nailed it. And it went, and I was like, oh, move my stop to break even, and it stayed. I took profit a little early, but it was still a good trade. I'm looking at it now. I'm like, man, this thing it's trying to go. It's very low in structure, and there's some reasons it's probably going to go back up. Euro Aussie's another one of those. It's just on a lower low, and it's likely to retrace. Structurally, it's likely to retrace back up. So definitely watching this. We're not getting the volume though. All the crazy trades are the ones that closed early. Like gold nailed that. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar. They're still going. This actually could be, that could be a potential entry right there. Matter of fact, I may do that. I'll take a little piece. Where's the dollar? Hold on. It's aggressive. Euro dollar, Aussie dollar continuation, where it is. It's aggressive. Not something I would normally take. Maybe a little piece. Why not? I'll take a little nibbler on Euro dollar and Aussie dollar. Just take a basket on it. I don't even need to look at it. Little nibblers. Trying to hit target. Push the bot along just a little bit with some micro lots. This looks like it's going to reject right here and go down. It's the kind of thing that would generally happen. Probably toward the end of the day, I'm sure we'll get something right there. I'm going to bet that this goes lower, but not betting big on it. Here we go again, already rejecting on euro dollar. What's the pound doing? Nothing yet on pound yen. I want to short that pound yen, honestly, but I'm going to wait. Pound Aussie again is just likely to go higher. I think I'm already in it. Lots trading it. Take a nibble where it is. Aussie pairs that are pulling back. Aussie dollar. Just there's a good chance that these end up lower. It's unlikely that that's the low of the day. It's not a great entry though. One of those things where you look at it later. Not a great entry, but maybe later it's better. That kind of thing. The fun part about just throwing risk out. For that little continuation, just trying to hit a small target. Aussie to come back down. It is coming down. You know, a continuation here would make sense, especially against the dollar. Pound dollar continuation makes sense. Everything against the dollar. Dollar is. Find it. Little nibblers. Again, just trying to hit target. Get one little drop there. Pound dollar's already going. Euro dollar's going. This is gonna run down. Again, we got some good trades on that. Aussie dollar, come on, baby. Gold's gonna go a little bit more. Not selling gold here though. This is where you'd be taking profit. That was an epic trade right there. Perfect. I mean, absolute killer on gold. I just already closed out of it. But the original target would have been somewhere down here. I would probably be looking to take some profit on that. Hold a little bit on these. I have Euro Aussie on still here. It's in profit. Yeah, I try to nudge the bot along. It's got some positions on. It's not really doing much, but it's not getting killed either. We're somewhere around, yeah, -4. It was just a couple dollars in profit. It's going back and forth. It's gained a little bit more. It's taken a couple profits. Yeah, so it's up to about $130 on the day. Good. It's a good day. A good day. You know, it's more than 0.1%, and you know, got a 100K account. Yeah. If you do 0.1% 100 times, that's a 10% gain. Nothing wrong with that. So looking good. About almost 0.7%. Gonna try to get this. Yeah, would have been nice to hit 1%, but gonna try to get this to a 1% gain over the next day or two. I know tomorrow's Friday, so I'm not gonna push it, but maybe we got some news tomorrow too. Try to get this position to a point. If I can do another 1/4%, I'll be really close. So I'm going to try to hit a 1/4% from here by tomorrow, but I'm not going to take a lot of risk to do it. Depends on the positioning. It could be Monday, Tuesday. Tomorrow might be the good positioning. And then the trades may actually hit their targets on Monday, Tuesday. That tends to be how it goes. Sometimes you get really good entries on Friday. A lot of times you get very good entries on Fridays because things are pushing out into their weekly highs and their weekly lows. And then when the next week opens, it all pulls back. You know, people don't trade Fridays are really missing the boat. They're missing it. Some of the best entries you're ever going to get are going to be at the end of the day on a Friday. I've said it for years. The way it is. Because of that, things push out into their weekly extremes on Friday and then close. And then when the open of the next candle happens on the weekly, it tends to pull back. So you get the reversals. It's a great time to take reversals when something is at an extreme on a Friday.
Gold. Entering position. Lob.
Makes sense. Supply and demand. Look, the demand level. It's down on gold, so it's in there now. Take a look at why. What it is. Oof. Volume. Oh, volume. Oh my gosh, dude. Volume on gold. It's going to be a bounce too. Look at this short though, man. We killed that. There you go. Take that position. Buy it in. Buy it, buy it, buy it. The bot, at least. I want the bot to buy it. Because when that rips back up the other way. So look at that trade on gold.
EuroCAD. Entering position. Lob.
Original target on gold from this morning. So that was real. Well, part of it was from last night, but we got back in it this morning. Right here. We were shorting right here this morning. Here. So the original target from last night hit. Good game. Killed it. Murdered that. Dollar is running. Expecting higher prices on the dollar. We already know where it's likely to go. We got the cheat codes. So Aussie dollar is likely to continue. Euro dollar is likely to continue. Break the low. Pound dollar likely to continue. Down here anyway. Low end of that block. Right there. Put us somewhere near our projected low. Yeah. Lower. You want to be careful entering something like this. But while it was pulled back on this green candle up here, that was the entry for the rejection. So got a lot of possibility here. Really yet on whatever. Boring here. Hold that on gold though. Look at that rejection on gold. Bot's going into profit already. That was a perfect long. It bought that all down there. Supply and demand, nailed it. Killed it. So again, looking for that to be the low of the day on gold. And then to hold and potentially pull back up overnight. It's probably the low. That was probably it. We broke the swing low. But, oh man, do we have something here coming later though? We just changed structure here. We broke the low coming off of the big, huge high up here. So as this pulls back up over the next day or two, there's a very good chance that this rejects here, makes a lower high and rolls back over. Eventually this is going to transition into a lower high. We've had higher highs. It may even retest an equal high up here and then roll over. So we're going to be looking for a retest somewhere near the high. You're going to be trying to sell the high of the day every day, somewhere between here and the current high. If we get back up into this density, like right here, this kind of consolidation, somewhere up into there, be looking to catch that for a lower high. There's a chance that this goes into a range somewhere like this, then doesn't break the high. You know, pulls back up. Look at that long. It comes back here, rejects, comes back here, starts to fail, and then dumps again. Good chance on something like that. Caught the high. Caught it. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nothing to say. Bot's going into the green. Was. Profit a second ago. They got the demand level there. Took it twice actually. Almost there. So again, going to be looking for a $25 close. Might nudge it along manually here too. Might take a couple little nibbles. I probably should have taken one on gold there, taken a shot at it while it was down that low. It was easy call. Hit on the tool, hit the extreme on the tool. That was it. That was a good entry right there. Go, bots back in profit. It's going again. NASDAQ, it is long on NASDAQ. It didn't quite meet the conditions. This is a multi-time frame where it's looking at, I believe, the 1 hour and the 15-minute chart at the same time. So it trades a layered supply and demand. It has to be there on two or three different time frames. You can do one time frame, two time frames. I think I have it set for 2 on that. Smart grid. Gonna be money on pound Aussie. We still maybe. Yeah, see, price hasn't moved out far enough really. Needs to go out farther in order to get into profit. What is that?
Pound CAD. Entering position. Long. Pound Aussie. Entering position. Short. Fifteen
Yeah, I was
minutes.
going to say, why is it not showing the equity? CAD, it's going into profit. It's taking a second position on a lot of the stuff is what it is. There's a whole bunch of things that it's positioned on and now it's ready to take its next position. Flipping through, looking to see what's going on. Chart. It's in a green. This team seems to be working out here. It's trading both outside of the channel and also supply and demand at the same time. So we're going back into the green here. Probably hear some dollar scalps coming here soon on the retracements. Done well today so far. And the 0.1%, could have been more than that. Crazy, because I remember seeing this. It was up to like almost $200 in profit. And I screwed it up. It would have been much more than that because I was playing with it at the time when the news came. I should have just left it alone. I wasn't paying attention to the news. I was playing with the configuration. I should have just let it run, and I crashed it. I was changing the configuration while it was trying to close trades, and that'll crash it. If you let it go, it'll probably be okay, but it'll crash it. So what do we do? It's a MetaTrader problem, not the bot. MetaTrader does not like you messing with the configurations when it's trying to do something. So murder on gold, killed it. Would have targeted the low down here anyway, but that spike down there was just a free shot at the low. So now this may hold. It'll probably float down a little bit, but then come back up overnight. I'm sure that'll end up higher. Oil never hit the level. Dollar CAD was a great long down there. I missed that one. I know some other people caught it. I missed that one. CAD yen's gonna be a good short. Weird in the equities market. Just people don't want to sell, but it's too high to buy it. That's exactly what's going on here. This could change by the end of the day, and we need to watch this. Actually need to eat something, and we'll come back and take a look at the equities market. Whoops, I forgot about this. We'll come back and take a look at what's going to happen at the end of the day. wait for this to break the low. When we get down into there, that'll be probably time to close out. More down into here. Pound is awfully slow here. It's going, but it's slow. I think we got some more to go on this dollar stuff. Dollar's not done. Dollar's going to go a little bit higher. Makes sense. A little bit more on the dollar. And this is really the thing we're going to watch to time this, time the dollar moves with the rest of the market. The yen has just kind of stalled out a decision on it. I could see it going lower, but it's not a good entry as far as the yen itself. Same thing on the dollar. It's probably going to go higher, but it's not, you don't want to take too much risk on this, but it was the second shot. Went off, it came back and went off the center. So that was the decision point this morning with euro dollar, Aussie dollar, pound dollar, all gold, all of it. The whole decision making process came off of that right there. So did well today. Overall, we did well. Low risk, but the day's not over yet either. Gonna wait for more volume. Gonna get some good entries, I think, is what's gonna happen. Gonna wait for the market to finish out what it's doing. There's a whole bunch of things that are gonna hit good levels. I'm gonna get some good entries probably for tomorrow. That's exactly what's gonna happen. Pound Aussie still good. Still waiting on the equities market. This is gonna be the thing. What happens here? We'll watch gold for a minute. I think this is gonna be interesting where this stops. Yeah. Let's watch this for a minute. Give me just a few. Let me go eat something real quick. I'll be back. Bot's going into profit. We'll watch this for now. Yeah, let me eat some lunch real quick. Why am I trading on a demo account? I'm trading an account challenge. And I'm also trading a live account. I don't know what you mean. Why am I trading on a demo account? Why are you trading on a demo account? A live account, bro. What you talking about, Willis? But yeah, I'm running the bot. I'm trading my own automated strategy that I developed on a 100K account challenge, but I'm also trading a live account too. Can I show my live? Yeah, I mean, you're obviously new. I've been trading live since 2016. Yeah. Since 2016 on YouTube. Before most other YouTube traders were even trading, I was trading live. Yeah. No, I'm using the bot to trade an account challenge that I just started on Thursday. It's up about 0.6%. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, people. Yeah, I've been off of YouTube for a while, but people don't realize sometimes. But yeah. Yeah, that's what. It already hit some target today, and I'm waiting. I'm waiting for this to, waiting for some other things to play out. Anyway, give me a few. I'll be back.
ABB.
Yeah, what's up?
Not just a real account. No, not a fake real account.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. If you want to go watch some other people, trade some fake accounts, then you can go do that. Y'all should Google Raja. Y'all Google him up. Yeah, you can watch him do that if you want. That's, whatever. We'll trade the real account with a PlayStation controller is what we're going to do here. Welcome, by the way. See some things you've never seen before here. Anyway, give me just a few minutes. Let me go eat something. I'll be back. And we'll continue the day. We're in a dead spot during the day here. I don't really know what to watch right now. Definitely the dollar. We're kind of in a dead spot until we get toward the end of the day push on the equities market. Make sure my wrist set. Had a weird percentage set there.
Yeah, I'm keeping my eyes on the yen to see if you're gonna make a higher low.
Where that is
on that channel.
Yeah.
Or if you're gonna break that.
Yeah, this is really interesting where this is. Once this figures it out, it's probably going to slam back up, and all that yen stuff is everything against the yen is going to come down. Probably pound yen, euro yen. When this finds the low, it's very close. I don't know if it's going to break the low or make a higher low. Exactly. Is it going to make a higher low? It's almost worth giving it a shot. I'm kind of waiting for that to happen myself. Yeah, watching that. That's going to be a thing. I know pound yen was putting in some kind of rejecty, kind of bearish price action. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see on that. I think that, and that's kind of what I mean. There's going to be a whole bunch of things that are going to happen here, I'm sure, in just a little bit. Yeah. Got some good stuff today. Killed those. Still in some stuff.
Yeah, I cash a little bit of the cat, short from yesterday.
Yep. Yeah. There's still some things that could play out here, and that's why I'm just not done yet. I'm looking at some of this stuff, and like the equities market hasn't moved a lot yet. It's pretty tight within its range. It hasn't, it's only done like a half of a daily candle, if that, in range. So it's one of those things where probably toward the end of the day, this is going to take off one direction or the other, whether it's going to break the high or run down. Well, that's what we're going to try to figure out. Had a really good short on it. Had the top short, but I hit target, so it closed it out. But there's still some possibility here for sure.
Well, go have your lunch, and I catch you tomorrow. I need to take my mom to get it.
All right, Fabi, have a good one. Yeah, good luck with that, man. Have a good one, man.
Have a good one, everybody.
Yep. Anyway, be here. Give me a few minutes. Let me go eat something real quick, and we'll get this back on. We're waiting to see what's going to happen with the equities market. There's going to be a point here that happens probably today where we're going to get a bunch of entries, and it may take until tomorrow for them to play out, but there's going to be some good entries. We already got some. I think the dollar is going to be something to watch. The yen is definitely a thing. And what's going on with the equities market? Is this going to start running or not? I think we're going to get some good entries for tomorrow or for the rest of the day, that may take off. And we're going to try to figure out where that's going to be. I don't know what to watch right now. Like gold, this was an awesome trade, but it's done. I mean, you don't want to be short anymore. It's probably just going to stay down here and bounce around and eventually pull back a little bit, but it may be a while. I don't think this is going to run immediately back up because of what the dollar is doing. I don't think it's going to go much lower, but I do think the dollar is going to get stronger. And we were just kind of stacking on to euro dollar, pound dollar, Aussie dollar, those things. I think they're all going to break the low and continue. We'll watch that for a minute. Anyway, just give me just a few minutes. I'll be back. And we'll continue the day on. And there's another volume push here in an hour or two, a couple hours. So we'll see what we can do. There's no reason to quit at this point while the market's moving. Still got potential. A lot of things are like halfway done. So anyway, give me a minute. All right, guys, what's going on? Still here. I'm eating something. Was muted for a minute. Be flipping through, looking, seeing what we got. Yeah, kind of chilling, waiting for the volume to come in. It's about that time of the day. We're in the doldrums waiting. Killed that on gold, man. Murder. Come on, euro dollar. Let's break the low. A little bit more. Break of the low and be looking to get out. The bot's in the green. Looking good. It's had a good couple runs here. Waiting. Man, that was a good entry on gold. Crazy. Looking to get back in some stuff. I'm just waiting for the right entries. Man, pound Aussie still hasn't gone up. Still not dead yet. I don't know. I'm going to watch that one. Anyway, give me a minute. Still eating them here. Just watch them. And we'll keep flipping through and looking and seeing what we can do. Cha-ching. This is getting interesting right here on Euro Pound. We might be at a point where get some change there. Pound yen's at a very interesting spot too. That's going to be the high of the day on the pound stuff. Given what Euro Pound's about to do here, I might have to take a shot at that. Other than that, I'd be looking for a broken low. So I'm going to take one there and see. And if not, it's going to be down here on a broken low, but could be. It could be a temporary bounce. Possible low of the day there. A little late to be running high volume on something like that, so might be a thing. Watch this. If this dips just a little bit more, I'm watching that one. And watching the pound stuff. Could be it for the pound. And then what happens to the euro, as this bounces. Could be in for a change here, maybe. I don't know. I'm going to see. Depends on what it's against. Like Euro CAD, this is going to be a really, really good long entry here. Soon. If this will go one more little run to the downside, it's already good. If it'll go one more little break of the low, Euro CAD, great trade coming. Same thing that Pound Aussie did yesterday and ran up all day. Exactly the same structure. Look at Euro CAD right now, and then look at what Pound Aussie did yesterday. The structure of it. Same thing on the macro. Consolidation, break of the high, expansion to the downside, bloop, right off the bottom. This thing, you got your expansion here. Range expansion, break of the low, and then burp right off the bottom. And then look at Euro CAD. It's the same structural fractal. Consolidation. Burp, break of the high, the expansion, and then burp, looking for that pull back up. We're going to catch this off the low. Going to be easy trade. Easy trade given where it is statistically within the range. I mean, again, within its range. Completely blown out. Pulling a structural move here. It's about time. Got all the shorts out. Taking all the longs out now. Can be looking for one more drop. Good to go. Pound Aussie looks better. Euro Aussie's looking better. Pound Aussie actually looks good. Thing's about to fly. Really don't want to miss that. Already had one. Yeah. Make sure I have at least something on it for when that pound changes. We'll see on this. Tempting here. Euro CAD's probably the better opportunity, but it needs to break the low. Euro Pound is probably very close. And maybe worth a shot for a first attempt. So that may be a thing. Let me finish eating real quick and we'll keep watching. might be getting somewhere. I hope I didn't miss that, man. I mean, to the pip. Right to the pip. Ugh. One more flush out on EuroCAD and make me a deal I can't refuse, and I'll have it. Take the deal if you make me one I can't refuse. Euro pounds, probably it's worth a shot there. Pound, we could be getting a whole big reversal here. Watch pound yen off the high. There could be a lot about to happen here. Pound yen makes the most sense.
Pound Kiwi. Entering position. Lob.
Bot's gonna do what the bot's gonna do. See it. The chart looks like the Nike symbol, but candles is just hodl. Bomb. Thing's a jam. Keep stuff in it. Can't really see it. Forgot about that. A lot of people just hodling right now. Hodling for the moon. Come on, Bitcoin. Buttcorn. The old buttcorns. I hope it goes, man, for everybody's sake. I hope it goes. I don't have a dog in that fight right now. I'm still holding a very small, I mean, it's not really small, but small relative to what it used to be. Kicking myself now, but you can't see the future. But still holding a small amount of Bitcoin back from like 2017, probably late 2016. Hasn't moved since then. It's actually crazy that I've held it that long in a wallet. Told myself I'll sell it at 100K. If Bitcoin goes to 100K, I'll sell it. Take my 10 grand and do something with it. It's crazy to think about, man. Just, God. I could go backwards. Just make a different decision. I had 17 Bitcoin at one time. Crazy. Worth quite a bit different amount of money now than it was back then. Or when it was on the high. Jesus, dude. I'd have sold it all at 50. God. Man. Wish I could go backwards. But you can't. Get this thing to focus. Can't go backwards. So, trick this thing into focusing the right distance. Better. Yeah, Poundian looks good. Been watching that one. It looks good. It's a possibility. There's definitely a possible red candle coming right there. I'd rather be short than long, and you know, if it doesn't go, you take the stop. It's not a long. It's not a long entry, so it's either no trade or a short. You know, I'd have be leaning one way, but would really rather catch it on the high. Come on, euro pound. I'm gonna get a Get euro pound where I can see it. I mean euro CAD. The other one. I think there's going to be a very, very good trade coming on EuroCAD. This is going to be killing it tomorrow. Just waiting for it to break the low. This is an easy call. Easy call. It needs to go a little bit lower and then be time to start scaling into it. Man. Voice wrecked. So that's going to be a thing. I'm going to throw YouTube a bone today. Easy call. Aussie dollar, still okay. Euro dollar, pound dollar, all still good. Dollar's likely going to break the high. Just slow. Pound do some, EuroCAD. I hope that doesn't take off early, man. That would suck. Gosh, be terrible. It just takes off early and goes, and I have to watch it. But I'm going to hit it when it goes. Euro pound is already putting in price action. I'm going to let this candle close. Either that or push a little lower. It feels like there's going to be one more run. One more little flush out. And then going to be in it and waiting for it to float back up through Asian session. Whatever it's going to do. Easy call. Take a look at some higher time frames. What do we have here? Yeah. Makes sense. Do this. Stupid thing is going to go early. Already looking good, but one more little flush out. If it does this little screw you move where it'll look like it's going to go and then burp, that kind of thing. One more little punk out. It's going to be money. It's going to be an easy trade. Low risk. Low risk, good distance on something like that. Bot's still in the green. Done well today. It's up $134. And that was the bot. That was all bot today. Yesterday, I took some risk. Had a really good game yesterday. I got back, took some stops the previous day, and then got it all back yesterday. And today's the bot. On the challenge account, at least, it's running the show today. Taking a couple little nibblers on it. But it's 99% the bot decisions. It's in the green. If something's just too good, then I'll take a manual shot too. Because the idea is to pass the account. That's the idea. The idea is to make a gain. And whether that's manual or automated, doesn't matter to me. I run a hybrid approach anyway. I do both. No, in the green. Still okay. Nothing crazy. But it is in the green. 33.58 on the day. Good game. Counts up. Triple sixes. Let's go. Oh man, if I get a screenshot of that. 5 sixes in a row. Not that that matters, but yeah, so up 0.6. Need more though. Trying to hit a little more by the end of the day. I'd like to get to that, 15 100ths, 0.15%. Need a little bit more. A bit more. Get it to a round number somewhere. Dadgummit. EuroCAD. Still hope it's going to break the low. So anyway, it's still good. Not going to bother going through all the different strategies. It's running multiple things. I've got a couple different configurations on. Got some potentially some good stuff though. EuroCAD, it just bought into EuroCAD too, way down here on the low. That's going to be good. When that comes back up, that's going to be great. It's a range expansion, so doing what it's supposed to do. If it hits $25, which is where I have it set to right now, if it hits $25, it'll close out. Because I'm already up. I just reduced my risk profile basically to just try to hit that $25 target, which isn't a lot, but it's something. 0.25%. But if you can do it multiple times per day, that's the idea, with virtually zero risk, almost none. Very, very little risk to do something like that. You don't even need to run it this hard to do that. But you got to be willing to take the small targets and let the time do the work. All right, so here we go. Zero. Oh, let me get this off here. Good game though. I'm waiting to take another position on my live account, but I want to be very selective about that because I have to be flat by the end of the day tomorrow. And if you have trades that are still open, they'll close you out. With this particular account type with the firm, you have to be closed out of all your trades by the end of the day, Friday, by the close of the day. So I don't want to get locked into something that's going to be hard to get out of tomorrow. I don't want to take any stupid risk. I'm going to take only the highest quality trades on that one. And, I know I still got a whole nother day. I just don't want to load it up. Like normally, if it was the beginning of the week, I'll load it up and just take everything and then trade out of it if I need to. I'm going to be very selective on that. Oh yeah, let me get this off. Sorry guys. Be very selective at this point of the week. I think tomorrow is going to be another good day. We may get some good positions today. We got some dollar news tomorrow. I think today was the good position on the dollar. It's crazy, man. We had it. Whole thing could slam all the way up hard tomorrow on this news. So things like Aussie dollar, Euro dollar, gold, all that could all continue down tomorrow and just run a whole nother day to the downside. And we had the top. This hasn't played out yet. That's why I got back into this. This kind of stuff is still okay. Come on, EuroCAD. Euro Aussie still looks good. Pound dollar still looks like a short. Pound yen starting to make me wonder if that's going to be a short. Pound CAD's no trade right now. Nothing on pound Swiss. Pound Aussie is probably, I want to be long on this for obvious reasons. It's just not the best entry right now, but I don't want to miss it either. I've got one on it already. I'm not going to bother messing with that. Only interested in buying red candles. CAD yen, that was a really good entry there. Might still get another shot at this. It's pretty clear. Got equal highs up here 4 times. Could expect some kind of a pullback, even into a distribution, just something to the downside. Dollar CAD was great today. That could have been, man, that was a good, so stupid not to just YOLO that. That was a really good entry there. It was way blown out too. It's perfect. Perfect, right on the projected low. Perfect trade. Man. Dollar CAD, let's break that low. Or Euro CAD, whatever it is. Dollar CAD too. Silver wrecked, gold got wrecked. That was the best trade of the day right there. But it came off of yesterday's entry basically. And we got back in this actually short right here. For people who weren't around this morning, we took this on YouTube. This was a YouTube short. Took it short at the top of this consolidation, and it dropped, pumped up on the new I think it was the news or the market open one, and then boom, done, down to target. So that was a heck of a run right there. But now, you know, all bets are off. It should have been long here. That would have been a good idea to try it down there. I know the bot took some of them. Yeah, there it goes. EuroCAD's coming back. Euro pound. I'm going to give this a chance. I'm not going to chase it. I'm going to give it a chance to give me what I want. I know we're probably close. I don't know.
Euro Aussie. Entering position. Lob.
Not a surprise. Bot recognized the candlestick pattern is what it was. Morningstar. Large bearish candle, small bodied center candle, large bodied bullish candle. Just long, it generally will pull back a little bit and then bloop, go up like that. Makes sense. Perfect price action. It'll be probably taking that for $1. You'll hear it cha-ching in a little bit. As soon as it goes about 10 pips or so, $1. It'll close that out, I'm sure, unless it's the lowest. Probably close that out. Good though. This is a good entry actually. I'm going to take another. Put a small piece on. I don't have anything to lose. A little small piece. While that's pulled back, that's a perfect entry while it's pulled back. Just going to try to hit that $25 target. No big deal. Fortunately, I think I'm not going to chase this on EuroCAD. Seeing this stuff, not going to chase it. I'm going to wait. And if it breaks the low, I'll take it. I'm going to be disciplined on this trade as much as I want to jump into this. If I miss it, it's no big deal. The bot's already got one on it. Euro pound, kind of the same thing. It's very tempting to jump into this right here, but just in case, God, I mean, it's so tempting. The price action's there on Euro pound. I don't know, man. I don't know what decision to make. Normally, I'd just be like, you know, take it, sure, why not? It's low risk. But I also know that there's a possibility that that breaks that low. But if it doesn't, it's going to be gone. Like it's potentially at its low of the day. Because, you know, we could take a small piece. Why not? While it's pulled back. If it breaks the low, I already know what level I'll be watching. Try it there once and try it again on the low if it'll do it. That might be the low of the day on Euro pound. It very well could have been. You know, EuroCAD, same thing. Trying to resist the urge to just to jump into this. I know that if I just wait, sometimes people will jump into something like this and I'll go long and it'll stop and then turn around and break the low one more time and short squeeze everybody out. And try to keep the discipline on this for it to break the low, because I'm going to actually take a shot at this. It's just already so low, it may not make it. May not make it lower. I just don't want to chase it. Miss the entry. Don't want to chase it. And wait. Still might break the low later. But good game though. It was a decent shot. There's nothing wrong with chasing it as long as you got to stop in. You know, you could take one small piece now just so you don't miss it. And then if it does go and break the low, you take another one. Give yourself enough room on your stop to be wrong if you're going to chase it. That's not my thing. I've seen so many times where something will look like it's going to go like that and then stop and go into a range, then barely flush the low and then take off. That tends to be the kind of crap that happens. but everybody go long and everybody gets their stops just under this swing low, right? Everybody put their stop just right there. They'll stall. They'll force it down into that and then take off. Get that sell side liquidity to fill the big longs back the other way and then squeeze everybody out. So just in case that happens, I'm going to wait for that. That's the kind of crap that happens. And that's the kind of stuff we look for in the group. Where are those manipulation points likely to be? We want there to be manipulation in the market. Please. Please let there continue to be manipulation in the market. The edge. Part of it. I don't want manipulation to go away. I want it to stay as long as possible. Everybody complains about the market being manipulated. It's what you want. It's how you make money. You want the market to be manipulated. This is a zero-sum game where you're playing against other people. Trading, it's a whole bunch of smart people trying to take each other's money. And if you have an edge where someone else doesn't, or you have discipline where someone else doesn't, you're the one that's the shark. You're the one that's going to come out on top. Somebody has to lose in order for you to win. Sorry. It's life. It's no different than the lion and the gazelle on the plains of Africa, or the shark and the little fishy. No different. The hunter or be the hunted. Somebody has to lose, especially in trading. There's always both a buyer and a seller. That's how it works. So someone has to lose. Oh, cool. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, good. Yeah. All right, Jeff. Yeah, cool. Yeah, man. I mean, you know, it's 10%. Go for it. Yeah, good game. Yeah, it's worth it, man. I wouldn't associate myself with it if it wasn't 100,000,000% legit. It is straight up legit. Yeah, it's a great opportunity. It's a It's a single phase challenge with the best profit split in the business, and there's no time limit. The risk low and take time. Don't get impatient. You have time is on your side. It is a massive advantage. It is a huge advantage to have time on your side. There's no pressure. There's no psychological pressure. Like, oh my God, I got to make 0.5% today. I have to make 0.5% at least 20 trading days this month, or I'm not going to pass. That is gone. None of that exists. It's very different. It's very different on the psychology part of trading, the mental aspect. Daggone, man, you're okay. I took off. Well, knew that was coming. May come back. It very well might. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, good game. EuroCAD, that's a great trade. Either way, it's going to be a good trade. Try it, and if it comes back, it might not, is the whole thing. It might not make it back. Wonder if any of the other CAD pairs. That's just a good looking trade. It's going to go eventually. This is going to be one that will go. I would be shocked if that trade wasn't quite a bit higher tomorrow. But yeah, anyway, there's no psychological pressure of the time crunch. It is huge. That is a very big deal. What it does to your psychology. It changes everything. I mean, there's no time limit. I mean, when you remove those factors, you have some factors. You got a daily drawdown, right? That is a big factor in the risk parameters that you have to stay within. You have to stay within that daily drawdown. You have the time factor, which is another huge problem. So those specifically, those two things together, the daily drawdown limit, you have your total drawdown limit, but then the time factor. So you have to take a certain amount of risk. If you think about the way that the rules are set up for funded trader challenges with a time limit, they force you to take a certain amount of risk and meet a certain criteria in a certain time limit, in a certain time frame. And that is the issue. If you remove that, if you remove the time frame element from it, it completely changes your risk management. Everything changes. The whole thing. You don't have a specific target that you are required to meet on average per day in order to pass. It has to be like say an average of 20 trading days a month. It's generally about 22 per month. Per 30-day period, you get about 22 trading days on average. We'll just say 20. So you basically have to do 0.5% every single trading day. And if you don't, you fail. Now think about what that does to your psychology. You are forced, you're pressured in a situation. Sometimes the market may not give it to you. Sometimes you may be in you may have news at, sometime in New York waiting on Fed Chair Powell to say something, and the market is just completely dead and choppy during London. You're like, well, there's nothing to do. And then you miss the news and you're like, crap, I didn't make my 0.5% today. Now you got to make 1% tomorrow just to be break even. That's gone, man. That's for the birds. I'm telling you that it is completely different without a time limit. It changes everything with the risk management. If you remove that time frame element and you just focus on your risk management, it's a very different story. It's a very different story. You're trading a 2% daily drawdown limit, which is nothing if you remove the time limit. You're trading no time limit for a little bit tighter by only 2% limit. And it's just like, there's no comparison, between the two. It's two very different things. If you're willing to be disciplined and manage your risk, there's just no comparison to it. It's infinitely better to have no time limit. It's just crazy. Like it's a very good opportunity. If you're undercapitalized or you want more capital, you want access to capital, if you're willing to take the time to grow, you can grow your account to $2.4 million. Like there's nobody else will do that. Like they're legit. Like they know what they're doing. They're looking for good traders is what it is. They're not trying to kill everybody on fees. They're looking for good traders. And that's why and I checked it out. We all did. This is not new for us. We've been there for, 6 months or more at this point, 7-8 months. Some of us, trading with those guys. There's, it's legit. So yeah, and that's the thing is removing that time limit. It changes everything. It changes your risk management. And that's the important thing. It takes the pressure off of you to force you to take a larger trade. If you think about the way that the rules are set up, it forces you to take a larger lot size and more risk. It forces you to take more risk because you have to meet a deadline. And if you don't have a deadline, you don't have to worry about, you can scale your size based on the market and not based on a time frame. It's not even the same. It changes the game. It changes the whole thing. So, that's why I say there's nothing like it with no time frame. Changes everything. And there's a few firms that I've seen with no time limit, but this has an 80-20 split. Some of the others have like a 50-50 split. 50-50 with no time limit. This is an 80-20 with no time limit. And it's a single phase challenge and not a 2-phase challenge. You only have to do it once. It's insane. It's insanity. There's no reason to mess with anything else. So again, if you're undercapitalized, if you're willing to lose $100 or whatever, $200 anyway, give it a shot. Give it a shot. You're going to lose $200, or you're going to lose $200 with a chance of getting like a 25 or a 50K account. Think about it. Takes time limit out of the equation, and you don't have to worry about meeting a target. You don't have to hit a 0.5% every single day, which is what it is. You're with a funded trader challenge with a 10% target, with a 30-day time limit. You're basically forced to do a 0.5% every day. And if you don't, you're behind and you're going to lose. So you just remove that. You remove that whole stress. It's a no-brainer, honestly. It is a no-brainer. And you know, they run a good business. I've talked to them personally many times, and they're good. I talked to them about a bunch of stuff about the trading bot. They contacted me and they were interested in the bot, and talking about some stuff there in the future. So that was interesting, and they're good. They run a good business is what it is. I'll be the first one to tell you if they didn't, but they do. They do run a good business, and they'll work with you on stuff too. You need a payment split up 2 different ways, they'll do it. They'll work with you. Whatever it is. And there's no time limit. Did I mention there's no time limit? It's a game changer.
Pound yen. Entering position. Lob.
It's an absolute game changer.
Euro dollar. Entering position. Lob.
Makes sense. The bot's trading just the reversal here. It's looking to scalp it out for $1. Makes sense. Euro pound looks good here. Better. I took one little one there. I was waiting for this Euro CAD. Good game though. Maybe not. Maybe that was it. That could be a monster. A really, really good trade there. Yeah. So manage your risk. Let the distance and the time do the work. Allow yourself more time to get to your goal, and you can take less risk to get to the same goal. You're trading time for risk. Come on, pound yen. Hold CAD. Yeah, I mean, if I was in it, I would hold it for sure. I was waiting for it to break the low, and it didn't do it. So, good game. It was already a good risk. It was already low. Like, there's a very good chance that this is going to be much higher than this tomorrow. And that's the thing. That one's worth a shot. I'm watching it in Euro pound too. Waiting to see if that's going to be it. That may have been the low. Whatever happened to the yen? The yen may be gaining here, so be careful being long like Euro yen, pound yen. They're probably going to come down. Pound yen, I'm very interested in short, even though it looks like something right now. This may look very different later. Yen as an index is starting to gain. Let's see what else we got on the yen. Yeah, CAD yen. That's another one. CAD yen's probably going to be a really good short. Kind of missed the entry on it up here like a doofus, so wasn't paying attention to it. Had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 chances at it. Wasn't paying attention. Gosh. I mean, that was a pretty easy call there after that big of a run back up. I'll watch this. Anything higher, if it will try to spike a little bit higher, I'll get in there. I think CAD yen's going to be good too, for the same reason as all the other CAD pairs. This point, we're waiting for volume. And the equities market can just take off all of a sudden around this time toward the end of the day. It tends to push into the end of the day. We're going to figure that out. Dollar's coming back down. I wish that dollar would go up. Yeah, no change really. Profit, nothing's changed. Then the green is only by $6. Good day today though. The bot did well today. Just by itself. I definitely pushed it along yesterday, but it did pretty well by itself today. Did well yesterday too, but I'm the one that got all the gain yesterday with the manual off pound Aussie off the low. They should have held that, but man, yeah, GCAD's on the way up. EuroCAD, this looks good. It's going to be a little bit of a rejection here probably, but it looks good. PA wise, it looks good. Waiting, nothing to do there, but wait for it to go higher. Pound Aussie looks good. Still long here. I think this is going to end up being a really good long. as the week goes on. And tomorrow, I guess, is the end of the week, but likely going to pick back up. We'll be trying to catch the low every time it makes a new low. We're going to try to catch it on Pound Aussie until it runs back up. And that was probably it. So yeah, looking across the market, we're waiting at this point. Good game on gold. That was the best trade of the day. Obviously, it could have been the trade of the week, to be honest. With that entry, had a small position on it, but big distance. Small lot size, big distance, huge distance. That was a really good move. All the way to target. Mine, I closed out early and then got back in it and closed out again. So I caught most of it. But, I hit target. I didn't manually close it, but I hit my percentage target for the day. So my daily target, which is always a good thing. Any day you hit target's a good day, even if it's a small target. And you do 1/10 of 1% 100 times, and that's a 10% gain. Sometimes you can do it multiple times in a day with very little risk, low risk. This isn't, some crazy lot size, crazy stuff here. Low risk, logical, intelligent, well thought out, well planned trades. Most of the time. This isn't gambling here. It's trading, not gambling. Look good on Pound Swiss. I still think this Aussie dollar is going to roll over. Hasn't really done it yet. Euro dollars looks like a range high that just hasn't rejected yet. Yeah, so waiting, trying to see what's going on. Is anything changing here? We just got a new hourly open, and there can be moves on the hourly opens. The next one is the one that we need to pay attention to. The 2 p.m. Wall Street candle is the one. Why we would sit around here and wait all day is for that candle. I want to guess to the downside so bad on this NASDAQ. Thing just gets wrecked. Comes down. Could see it both ways. This is the thing, is what's going to happen to the equities market is the question right now. And if that dumps down, pound yen will probably go down with it. Euro yen. Man, stupid euro. Correct. Just went. Curious on this kind of thing. This looks like the low. Euro pound. I'm already in it, but I'm watching it. Yeah, just give it a minute and wait. Still got a few more minutes. I think it's probably going to be a short in the stock market for the rest of the day. Changed. Euro Aussie and Pound Aussie are both in profit, just not by very much. What else? Spot's doing all right. Yeah, just give it a minute. Give it a second and we'll keep flipping through. Every few minutes we'll flip through, but right now the thing is going to be what's going on with the S&P and the NASDAQ and the Dow. Are we going down for the rest of the day? Are we going to dump into the close? Or is it going to break the high? Like, that's the question. We're right in the middle of a range. It's garbage price action. It needs to decide a direction. We haven't gone anywhere today. This was a really weak day in the stock market. Just weak price action. Didn't go anywhere. It expanded the range, knocked everybody out, and just did nothing. All day long, nothing. So there's still potential. There's still a lot of room. Still a lot of room to move. Is it going to do it? Is the question. So let's watch it and see. Still here. I'm just going to watch for now. And we'll keep flipping. Every time we get a new candle open, we'll keep flipping through. Or if something changes. I'm waiting for the right entries to take another. A couple things I'm considering, depending on how this candle closes, I'm considering taking a short on something like the Dow or the NASDAQ, but not very big. It's not in a good place. I don't like the entry, but would lean to the downside, or if it breaks the high, I'm definitely going to short it. If it runs up, I'm going to be short from somewhere higher. I'm not going to buy it hoping that it runs up because of where it is. I'm really only looking for a short. So if it breaks the high, I'll be short. I'll be finding where that entry is going to be. And if it starts to dump down, then good game. I'll catch it on a pullback. So that's kind of what we're watching here. What's going to happen here, basically. Anyway, still here. Give me a minute. Still here, guys. I'm just flipping through, looking, kind of waiting really on the volume. Probably be another 30-40 minutes. Things will pick up. I want to know how we're going to close today in stock market indices. It's been a nothing day. It's a really messy whipsaw kind of day. I mean, think about it. If you were in anywhere in here today, I mean, you probably got stopped out. Like, it's pretty crazy, actually. Man, it's nuts. We caught the high, dude. Caught the high on a short. I mean, the high. That was a big part of actually how I hit target today, was catching that right up there on that. But man, like, think about, other than that, if you were anywhere in here, you know, you got whipsawed out, you got shaken out probably. Either that or you're still in it and you don't know which way it's going to go. Majority of the density has just stayed in that little area. Like, nothing has really happened here. It's crazy. It's a whack day. It's weird. Yeah, it's a weird price action today. Sucks, but nothing you can do. But wait. The market can be weird like this. It'll do nothing all day. And right at the end of the day, really right about now, right toward the end of the day, it'll just boom, it'll just pick a direction. Just, you know, it's just start tearing off like that, right on into the close. And people sit in it all day and wait, and then find out they're wrong. Sucks, man. Happens. So yeah, it sucks. Sorry to slow chat. Long-term trades. Yeah, I mean, long-term trade with low risk, with a small stop, a long-term trade with a small stop loss. Probably something in the Aussie. Euro CAD was a good one. Depends on what you mean long-term. That was a good one. That was a great entry earlier. Taking that. A long-term trade. Aussie CAD. That's the one. That's the one you want to watch. Aussie CAD. Depends on what you mean by long term. You know, maybe tomorrow for an entry, but looking to catch a lower high on this. Aussie CAD is the long term trade. That is the one that you're looking for to turn back around and go the other way. On a pullback. As soon as this pulls back up, maybe tomorrow or something, anytime this breaks the high, you're going to be looking to short Aussie CAD and just let it go for like a couple months. If that's what you mean by long term, that's probably what's going to happen. Yeah, that could be too. Natural gas, God, where that is. I think, and that's one of those that's pushed down way more than it should be. I looked at it the other day. I know Owanda had it. I had a CFD. I don't remember. Yeah, Pepperstone. Yeah, this is another one. This is just down way more than it should be. And it's probably has a lot to do with the Russia stuff going on, the Russia-Ukraine. They're probably trying to force natural gas down because it's a source of profit for Russia. It is their main export. Gazprom, that's like basically the biggest company in the world, one of them. That at least in Russia it is. They pretty much run the country. So, yeah, I'm assuming it's still like that. This is an incredible opportunity right here, honestly. This is probably being artificially held down because of that, but that won't stay that way forever. That's probably why it's down so much, if I had to guess, is it's being, whatever the story is, whatever the news says, doesn't matter as much. What's actually probably happening here is it's being held down artificially to stop the funding for the war, because it's all natural gas profits. That's the majority of what Russia exports to other countries is oil and natural gas, but specifically natural gas. So it could just be an upset of the market. You know, just globally, you know, if you hold this down, the lower this is, the less money Putin has to fund the war. It's a game theory thing, but it makes sense. That's the kind of stuff that happens. It's the kind of economic warfare. It's asymmetrical warfare that kind of goes along with the hot war part. Is stuff like this. Now, this is not going to stay this way. This probably is a really, really good long-term opportunity. You know, it's just one of those things where it sucked for a long time, but eventually, the crazy thing about this, when something's going down like this, the lower it goes, the better opportunity it is. And, you know, you got to try it a couple of times. Sometimes you get hit and hit and hit and hit and hit, and then all of a sudden, you know, it looks like this, and everybody's like, man, I'm not touching this thing anymore. This thing sucks. And then you look at it next week, and it'll be up here. It's like, whoa, it's going to be one of those, oh my God, look at natural gas. You know, finally, you know, you know how it is. It's always the same thing. When something's going down like this or going up like that, everybody's like, man, forget about this thing. Everybody gets rough, you know, has a rough ride on it. Then eventually it'll be up like this. There'll be one day and it'll look like that. Then it's going to be like, oh my God, look at natural gas. And then all of a sudden, you know what, it'll pull back and do this kind of stuff. And then it'll be off to the races and it'll start moving back up. Probably go into a range first, actually do some crap like that, retest low, then step up and it'll slam back down, do some crap like that. And then just eventually it'll be off to the races. But you'll get a day sometime in here where everybody thinks it's dead. And it'll start making that higher low and just all of a sudden you'll get one day that's like that, or a week, some week that it's just a monster, just multiple green candles in a row. When whoever's done shorting it is done. That's kind of how that stuff goes. You know, this is a good opportunity if you have the ability to trade this. You know, for as far as a swing, you know, it's interesting. I actually 100% agree with that. This is one of those that, like, I look at something like this, I'm like, man, this is juicy right here. This is the hamburgerjuice.com right here. This is it. But it's probably a game theory thing with the war. If I had to guess on why that's down, whatever the news is saying, I don't really care about. It's the reason this is actually down is probably to slow down the funding of the war. You know, think about, you know, if Russia exports natural gas and the price is up here at $6, if they can drop that in half, he now has half of the amount of money to fund the war. That's just a part of an overall asymmetrical strategy. You know, so that's a possibility. That kind of thing is exactly the kind of thing that happens. There's a lot of economic warfare, even against the United States and against China with oil and all this stuff. Like, it happens in oil a lot. You know, so there's, you know, that's a possibility. Dollar's really putting in good price action here. It's funny, dollar looks like natural gas. It's the same. God, you know, eventually that's probably going to catch fire too and go up. Dollar's going to make a huge move here. At some point over the next couple months, there's going to be a massive change in the dollar. And we're going to be here to catch it. We're going to be here to catch it. Yeah, silver's another one of those. I think JP Morgan's gotten in trouble before for manipulating silver before. You know, and people have woken up and been like, wait a minute, like, this is more, they're taking positions larger than the entire container of silver globally, period. There's not enough silver in the world to hold this many positions, you know, and that's the thing. I think JP Morgan, there was something with JP Morgan a couple of years ago with silver where they were clearly manipulating the paper silver price. And I think they actually paid a big fine for it. But so what? You know, they paid a $50 billion fine, but made $500 billion doing it. It's a cost of doing business. Oh, cha-ching. Money. Dollar on euro dollar. Euro dollar scalp long, whatever it was. $3.10. I'll take it. The dollar plus swaps and commissions. Good game. Next. It's in the green. So yeah, there's a lot of that stuff that happens, and you know, it's just a possibility. I think it's a very likely possibility of why natural gas is so low, is specifically because of the war that's going on and the funding, how that is funded. If you can cut off the funding, then you can slow things down. And if you can make natural gas go down by selling your positions in it, then you raise capital and take capital away from Russia at the same time. In theory, you force them to take less profit, which in theory stops the, you know, slows it down. Check crypto. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah. You know, we talk about Bitcoin too. Trade Bitcoin all the time. I had a short on Bitcoin right in here last week, but it went up and then it went down, it went up and it went down, and it was back and forth in profit, and I just closed it. But I think this is going to end up higher now. Already watching. We'll take a look at this out on the higher time frames. My other chart's already set up, but yeah, I mean, we know what we're watching on the upside. Gosh, hold on, guys. Sorry. I'm losing my voice from talking all day. Yeah, so we're already kind of there, close. I think we're going to end up just a little bit higher. The obvious answer is going to be right on these highs where it sold off before, and then you're going to have a gap between there. So I don't know. I don't know if we have the fundamental catalyst to push this like high volume higher. I do think this is going to end up higher. It's going to be a rough ride to get there, though. I'm not buying it now. I'm not buying where all of this selling is happening. It's just asking for trouble. If it were to pop down a little bit, maybe, and eventually expect it to get up somewhere like that and then maybe pull back a little bit, I wouldn't be buying this up here personally, unless you're just day trading it. If you're day trading it, that's a different story, because this kind of thing is where, I mean, we've already missed it. I mean, good game. It's up 40 something percent. It's up 40%. So as this gets back up to, we're getting there now, honestly. We're kind of coming into that density where everybody started selling before. You want to be careful of that kind of stuff. As far as going out to a weekly candle, I'm not a huge fan of weekly candles, but for a reason. And then we talked about that too much. We won't talk about that right now, about why weekly candles kind of don't make sense past a certain level. But I think we're going to get a little bit higher. If it'll break the high, you know, be looking for some kind of a pullback, and it'll probably pull back into some kind of range. If it'll go a little bit, I'm sure it'll distribute up here a little bit at least. It'll pull back into some kind of distribution range, I'm sure. It's generally how it'll go. If it poked higher, I'm just going to be looking to sell it every time it gets to a level. I have a feeling that this is going to flush out one more time this year. That this is kind of our last hurrah right now. I hate to say it, but it's generally what happens in the Bitcoin cycle, is it'll hold some kind of consolidation like this, and then, you know, pull back like this, and then end up breaking the low like that. And that'll be the flush out. And everybody's like, oh my God, the sky will be on fire. You know, what if it's just some consolidation like this, and it goes and cuts it down to the actual low and then makes the run for the halving right before the halving starts. That's the kind of thing that happens. It'll probably be the middle of the year, and then there could be some monster run, just like there always is right before the halving, you know, during and after. It'll start right before. You know, that kind of stuff makes sense. And then a mega run. You know, that's the kind of thing that happens. Generally starts all around the same time. Gotta go back pretty far to see it, but yeah. You know, so that'll be the thing. We'll watch around the halving right just before it, which is somewhere around 2024. We still got time. 2023 could be a rough year for crypto. It's possible. You know, it's the kind of crap where you get, you know, the nothing, the winter, that extended nothing part of the cycle, and then it'll flush out and then go nuclear. And hopefully we get one more run before any kind of crazy regulation comes in. That's kind of the thing that makes sense to me. I hate to say it. I hope it goes higher than that first. You know, I hope it, you know, makes some run up to maybe even right there and then pulls back, does something like that, and then just goes nuclear. I'm going to be waiting somewhere lower. If we ever see 10,000 again, that's where I'm going to start scaling into spot. I know people don't want to hear that, but that's just the likely move. It's the likely thing that happens. Would be good. Be great for investing. Great for investors to get that kind of deal again. Might never be back there until it's dead, which will happen eventually. I'm not going to get into that. As a programmer and a former lead developer for 2 exchange listed altcoins, it's another thing people don't know about me. Bitcoin has some problems. We're not going to get into that, the technical side of it. Bitcoin has some issues. It's just, it is what it is. And I'm not betting on it long term anymore, now that I know what I know. After spending months cloning coins and working on the actual Bitcoin code itself and looking at it and, you know, cloning it, basically, cloning projects and just over and over and over and starting, you know, new chains and just messing with it. Knowing what I know now, I don't think that Bitcoin specifically is going to survive the long term. I think it'll be around, but not going to be what it is now. And it's based in fact. We won't get into that whole conversation. People hate it. But, you know, I love crypto. Again, I started in crypto. I've literally been a developer for crypto projects. I'm going to say which ones. Two specifically that were listed on an exchange that actually, one was actually a serious project. Kind of serious, I say serious. It had a multi-million-dollar market cap. It was listed on some real exchanges. It just wasn't for me. The team that I was working with was not for me. I did not like it, and I was right about it. Anyway, but Bitcoin specifically has got some issues, but you know, it's good for investment. It's a great investment vehicle, period. That's not the point. It's never going to be a world reserve currency. That's ridiculous. But it is very good for investing. Sure. I think we're going higher. Technically, it looks higher to me. And again, somewhere up into there. I mean, it depends on what you're looking for. Like longer term, I already know what we've been ready for this for a long time. There's a couple levels higher I'm watching for a potential rejection if it makes it there. And if not, I'm going to be looking much lower to start scaling in. Anything below the low, we'll start paying attention to price action. I just wouldn't be ready for this to go to the moon yet. From here, at least, it's very risky to put all your money in Bitcoin. We'll put it that way. But it's, you know, it's not bad. You know, I think we're going to end up higher. But when it gets up here, there's a lot of people that are going to take profit. You know, up around that 24 level. If it breaks that high and makes it there, there will be people that take profit. That was a good run. It'll pull back and then we'll figure it out from there. But yeah, as far as that's concerned, it's whatever. As far as the day trade, there's nothing here. Thing's dead. It's just not, you can't really expect any big trends out of it. You try it on the lows and the highs. When it gets back on the lows, you give it a shot. When it gets up on the high, it breaks the high, you sell it. Basically. Right now, it's not. There's nothing here right now. I'm not even going to bother looking at other coins. There's nothing here right now. It's right in the middle of a consolidation and it's just no trade. It's definitely not a long up here on the top. I hope it goes up, but I'm not going to enter it long now just for it to slam back down on me. There's a higher probability of downside than upside at this point. It is what it is. But that it's not a short either. It's not a short until if it will somehow do some crap like this and run on up to here, then I'd be looking to sell the higher high. Whenever you get a higher high, try it. I'll give it a shot. Every time it makes a higher high, I'll try it on Bitcoin. And low risk though, and wait. And eventually you'll catch it and it'll run for ridiculous. That's pretty much Bitcoin. And the key to Bitcoin trading, period, end of story. There's no argument about it. You don't even need to pay attention to Bitcoin. You watch the equities market, watch the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ, and whatever the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 are doing, that's what Bitcoin's doing. That's the important thing. You can just forget about, you don't even need to open Bitcoin. I'll take it as a basket sometimes. Whatever the NASDAQ and the S&P is doing, you just trade Bitcoin in line with it.
NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.
It's going to be a short. It's going to trade supply and demand right there. I can see it's in a supply level right now. So yeah, watch the equities market and that'll tell you what Bitcoin's going to do. And when the equities market looks like it's about ready to die, you don't want to be long Bitcoin. Look at the charts and you'll see what I'm saying. Yeah. Anyway. But yeah, crypto's cool. Just, it's in that part of the cycle where it's just not it right now. For a lot of reasons. All the FTX stuff pretty much killed that. Killed the hype. Just brought in a lot of unnecessary negative attention. I think it was intentional personally. I think it was intentional. But there's no way to prove it. It's one of those things that you can't prove it, but it was probably intentional. Yeah, pound yen is interesting where this is. Yeah, and this is another one. Once the yen real quick. Once the stock market starts to do something, that'll probably move with it too. Up actually in stock market. See what we're going to do here. It's not a long. There's no way I'm going long right there. It's crazy. Nope. Yeah. So, this is kind of the thing to watch right now. The US equities market at this time of the day, there tends to be volume coming. Like we're getting close to it now. You start to get moving. It's coming. Gonna wait for the high of the day. I hope it just completely blows this out way up higher so I can get a better entry short. I hope that's what happens. I'm not gonna buy it right now, but there could potentially be some good entries all over the whole market. As soon as this makes a move, a whole bunch of other stuff will line up too that has nothing to do with stocks. Man, dollar wrecked. How about that? Interesting. Whatever happened to EuroCAD? Gone. That was a good one. Good game. Whoever caught EuroCAD, if anybody took it. I know a couple of people did. I was going to wait. Missed it. It's all right. Yeah, this kind of price action can be weird here with this pound yen. This could be something to watch toward the end of the day. I would only want to be short on it, but I know that the equities market can have a big effect on that. Gold, man, what a move off the low. Killed that. Gosh. Bot has a really good trade on that too. Yeah, not much happened. Bot's doing good. Bot's up to 145 profit. It's killing it. It's positioning out, taking scalps. Looking good. Yeah, EuroCAD was a good one, man. I wish I would have taken. Sometimes I'll Be like, yeah, whatever. I'll put one on and just look at it later, just so I don't miss it. That's what I was looking to do, and I missed it. There it went. That's why I do that. Exactly that right there. You're waiting for something to happen that, you know, if it were to break the low, I would have taken a bigger position on it, but it didn't. Just gone. It's a good game. It's a good trade. Probably stay in that one. Take some profit and stay in it. Get a stop to break even and just see what happens. See what it looks like tomorrow. Don't have much to lose. You know, don't have much to lose on that. See what it looks like tomorrow. It could be quite a bit different than that tomorrow. If it breaks the low, you try it again. Going to go up. You know, the question is how far. Yeah, that was a good one. You know, just take a little nibble off of it at some point and then just see what it looks like tomorrow. Stops to break even, no stress, stress-free, let it ride. Time is on your side. And that could be a significant trade there, honestly, because of the structure. That could be probably going to run up. It'll probably run up again all day tomorrow. Yeah, it's right in the bottom of the range. Like there could be a green candle coming on the daily tomorrow, easily. Yeah. Yeah, look at what just happened here from off the bottom of the range. This is a really good trade. You know, we're going to close like this at some point, right? You know, we'll just call the top of the range right there. Just looking at the daily. If this holds, I mean, assuming it's going to hold like that, the daily candle tomorrow, like it could mess around a little bit, but the whole daily candle tomorrow could close like higher. You know, it could look like that. It could be way up tomorrow. Relative, you know, to where it is now. That would be normal. It could even go to the top of the range. So that could be a good trade. At least as far as a day trade, you give it a shot, stop to break even, let that ride. That's money. Going to be one way or the other. You know, we were dipped down into the good stuff there. You know, there's a decent chance on that one that goes. Good game. It's just your effective trading range is locked in. Good. Yeah. Missed it. I would be staying in that one probably. That's one I would look at tomorrow. Take a little profit, and you know, if you've got enough room on your lot size to take a little something and then just let it go. You let the runner ride on that one. Could be a whole nother day to the upside. Pound dollars in a freaking sell zone too right now. Gosh. Dollar was messy. That was weird on the dollar. That was a weird move. Stopped at a weird place and came all the way back. CAD yen's another one of those. It's probably going to be a very good trade. Whenever it makes a high somewhere, goes up any higher at all, this is going to be a good short at some point. Just missed it. Would have rather already been in it. Anyway, there's still a lot of possibility on this stuff tomorrow. Things are still good. There's a lot of stuff that's still at good levels. Yeah, getting some pullbacks on the dollar stuff. That's kind of unfortunate, but nothing bad has happened. Euro pound, gonna wait for that to make a low. I think we'll probably watch either pound yen at this point, which is extremely tempting. Kind of want to watch the NASDAQ right now. NASDAQ and the S&P, Dow, all three of those have the same structure. I don't know what I would do with it. I wouldn't buy it. I'm going to watch it and see what happens here. We got room to go either way. And then wait and see what happens. It makes sense for it to go higher. I wish it would. If it'll just slam toward the end of the day, here in about 12 minutes, this next hour tends to be when the volume comes in. It's going to probably go one way or the other. So we'll watch that. That's the important thing right now. The heck is this doing? Yeah, we'll watch that. Anyway, give me just a few. Still here, we'll keep flipping through. We've gone through everything a million times. We're waiting on price action at this point. Give me just a few.
pound yen. Entering position. Short. pound CAD. Entering position. Log. NASDAQ. Entering position. Short.